All right, so I'll call this meeting to order at 2:33 p.m. And before we get started, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, and Kootenai nations. Unceded means that these are territories that have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we are currently situated on occupied and stolen territories. And I know that many of us are not necessarily tuning in from the Burnaby campus, so please make sure that you're cognizant of where you've settled and the lands that you're occupying as well, and being respectful of that. So we'll do a quick roll call of attendance. So if you just want to state your name, the pronouns that you use, and your access needs. And your access needs are essentially anything that we can do to make this meeting more accessible to you, anything that we can do to make this meeting more comfortable. So whether that's, you would like to just keep your camera off, or you may have to step out at a certain time, feel free to let us know. And if you do have any other needs that you don't necessarily want to share publicly, feel free to contact me, and I'll try to make sure that those are taken care of. So I'll start. My name is Asab. My pronouns are she and her. All of my access needs as of right now have been met. And we will move on to our VP External.
Hello, everyone. Samad Raza, VP External Relations. Pronouns are he, him, his. Accessibility needs are met as of now. Thank you.
Thank you, Samad. VP Finance, I think he's had to step out for a moment. Oh, he's back. Corbett, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. VP Finance, pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. VP Student Services.
Hi, it's Matthew, VP Student Services. My pronouns are he, him, his, and my accessibility needs for today. I'm with my little brother, so I'm doing childcare and double duty. So if my camera's off or I'm not here for the discussion, just know that I'm taking care of that right now.
Thanks, Matt. VP Student Life.
Hey, I'm Jennifer, she, her pronouns, and I'm just using my phone because I have to type up the liaison report. So if I turn off my camera, I'll probably be stretching as well.
Thanks, Jennifer. VP University Relations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, my name is Gabe Leosis. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm the VP University Relations and Vice Chair of the Board, and my access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. At-large rep, Bilqis.
Hello, my name is Bilqis. I go by she, her, hers. My access needs are met at the moment.
Thank you. At-large rep, Poom.
Hello, my name is Poom. My pronouns are he and his. I'll be expecting a call soon, so my microphone will be muted for 10 or so minutes.
No worries. Thanks, Poom. Next is our faculty for applied sciences. He let me know that he's actually writing an exam right now and will be joining us a little bit later. So next is our arts and social sciences rep.
Hi, I'm Suday. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Business rep.
Hi, my name is Maytab. Access needs are met, and my pronouns are he, him, his. I have to step out at 5 for another student group meeting, but that's it.
Sounds good. Communications, art, and technology rep.
I'm Heather. Pronouns are he, him, his, and my access needs have been met as of now.
Thank you. Education rep.
Hi, my name is Emily. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and all my access needs are met.
Perfect. Thank you. Environment rep.
Hi, my name is Anuki. My pronouns are she, her, hers. For access needs, if I turn my camera off, it's either because my computer is slow or I have to stretch or eat.
Thank you. Health science rep.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nafoni. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I'm just eating lunch right now, so I'm going to keep my camera off.
Sounds good. And science rep.
Hi, my name is Wei Chen. The science rep, pronouns he, him, his, and my access needs are met.
Perfect, thank you. So we will move on to society staff, starting with our campaign research and policy coordinator.
Hi, everyone. It's Sarah, she, her, and hers, and all my access needs have been met.
Thank you, Sarah. And next is our transition manager.
Hi, it's Lawrence. Pronouns are he, him, his. Access needs are met.
Perfect. Thank you, Lawrence. We also have our communications coordinator with us.
Hi, my name is Sindhu. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and all my access needs are met.
Perfect. Thank you, Sindhu. And we also have our new admin assistant here. So Samaya, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Somaya, pronouns she, her, or hers. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you as well, and welcome. We're really happy to have you here. So we do have a couple of guests as well. Gary, did you want to do a quick intro?
Sure. Gary Wozni. I'm with Tompkins Wozni, the auditors. Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Pamela.
Pamela?
My apologies, I muted myself earlier and I forgot. I'm Pamela, and I did a good portion of your audit work. And I'm here to support Gary today with doing a bit of the presentation for the financial statements.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you, Pamela and Gary, for joining us today. It'll be one of the first things on the agenda, so we'll get to it pretty quickly. But the next item that we will move on to is adoption of the agenda. So 4.1, be it resolved to adopt the agenda as presented. Would someone like to move?
Matt.
Matt moves. Can someone second?
Suda second.
Sude seconds. Thank you. Okay, cool. So I would like to move to amend the agenda to strike item 8.4 under discussion items, and also to move item 5, presentation, particularly 5.1 bylaw review, to under new business. So to make that item 6, and then to make new business item 5. So I would also like to add a discussion item on expectations of board hours worked and attendance at board meetings. So that will be item now 8.5. Those are from me. Samad?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to amend the agenda and add 2 new motions to the agenda. I'll be pasting those 2 motions in the chat box here, and I believe I have emailed it last night to the board or before that. So there are 2 motions. One is regarding the MSP fees. It didn't paste it well. Let me just copy it again.
Perfect.
I guess you cannot paste the whole thing together because of a lot of characters. I'm gonna just take a little bit more time.
Feel free. So it's medical fee reimbursement for international board members and SFSS rebranding.
Yes, so those 2 motions, I'll just like try to figure out this pasting, but I have sent it in the email as well.
Okay, cool. Jennifer?
Yeah, so I would like to add a motion, well, move it from the updates section to new business. So it would be about the annual Accessibility Advisory Committee annual plan.
Yeah.
It would just be to approve it. Do you need me to type up the full motion in the chat?
That would be good.
Okay, I'll just do that in a bit. Hard to do this on mobile.
Yeah, there's a motion to what is it? Approve the FAST annual plan. So if the wording is similar, that's fine.
Okay.
Perfect. Any other amendments? All right, if not, so I move these amendments. Would someone like to second?
I can second.
I heard Samad. Was that you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So Samad seconds. All right, so in terms of striking 8.4, a couple of things. I think it was just like a clerical error in that initially I wanted to have an in-camera portion where we would discuss this. However, this week, I think on Tuesday, Lawrence and I had a chance to meet with some of the union folks, and we're still doing some information gathering and fact-finding. So this may come up again at a future meeting. And then in terms of just rearranging, I know that we do want to spend a lot of time chatting about bylaws, but I also want to respect the time of our auditors and not force them to sit through that as well. So we can put it to a vote unless anyone has any other discussion. All right, in that case, be it resolved to adopt the agenda as amended. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent. Please unmute your mic or otherwise note your dissent or abstention now. All right, so that is carried unanimously. So we will now move on to new business. So the first item is be it resolved that the board of directors that issues policies amendment be read, policy review and approval process. Each policy will be reviewed annually. Where no change is required, the policy will remain in its current state. Where need or opportunities for improvement arise, policies shall be created, changed, or repealed as outlined in board policies R1. Would someone like to move this motion?
Gabe can move this motion.
Thank you, Gabe. Would someone like the second?
Emerly seconds.
Emily seconds. Thank you, Emily. Perfect. So we can put it up for discussion. This was the notice that we gave at the last board meeting. As per our new policies, we do give 2 weeks notice before amending any of our policies. Did anyone want to speak to this one? I can't remember if it was Corbett or Gabe who put it forward.
Well, it's a pretty simple amendment anyway. It's just after our governance restructuring and the new policies we amended back in June, our policy approval process changed under the board policies, and the issues policy still had the old approval process included in the policy. So we're pretty much just bringing it up to date with the new board policies.
Cool. Does anyone have any questions or comments? If not, we can put it to a vote. So be it resolved that the board of directors that issues policies be amended to read, there seems to be like a bit of a typo. Be it resolved that the board of directors issues policies.
Also, I recall encountering this typo at the last board meeting and actually amending it. I think this is the old one.
That's what I'm thinking. Let me see if I can find the wording. If anyone has it on hand, please feel free to jump in. Feel free to take a quick stretch. Hopefully this won't take too long. Okay, I think I found it. So I would like, let me just copy paste it in the chat. Okay. So I would like to amend this motion to read, be it resolved, or I move to amend this motion to read, be it resolved that the SFSS Board of Directors amend issues policies review and approval process to read. Each policy will be reviewed annually. Where no change is required, the policy will remain in its current state. Where need or opportunity for improvement arise, policy shall be created, changed, or repealed as outlined in board policies R1. Would someone like to move this motion or second this amendment?
I can second.
Okay, cool. Corbett seconds. Any discussion on this amendment? Nope. All right, so we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of amending the motion to read what I have just copy pasted in the chat and read out, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. So now back to the main motion. My apologies. So be it resolved that the SFSS Board of Directors amend issues policies, policy review and approval process to read. Each policy will be reviewed annually. Where no changes are required, the policy will remain in its current state. Where need or opportunities for improvement arise, policy shall be created, changed, or repealed as outlined in Board Policies R1. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain, or otherwise note now. All right, so that motion is carried unanimously. So we can move on to item 6.2, approving the audit report. So whereas the Finance and Administrative Services Committee has received and reviewed the draft audited financial statements, whereas the board reviewed the statements with the auditor on August 14th, 2020, be it resolved that the board approved the draft audited financial statements, be it further resolved that the financial statements be signed by the president and the VP Finance. Would someone like to move this motion?
Corbett moves.
Thank you, Corbett. And a seconder, please.
Bilquis.
Bilquis seconds, thank you. All right, perfect. So thank you, Pamela and Gary, for coming and taking some time to go over this with us again at the board table. If you have a presentation prepared, feel free to just take it away. If you need to share your screen or anything like that, that's more than welcome as well.
What I thought we would do, if that's all right with you folks, is then spend 5-10 minutes just overviewing a few of the major parts of the financial statements. And we'll try to be as efficient and brief as we can. And how does that sound?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, Pamela, do you want to put up the statement of financial position, please?
Will do.
Thank you. I don't want it to be too repetitive to you folks, but just to quickly summarize. Okay, so the first statement is what, so in summary, as we've talked about before, the financial statements are yours, SFSS. The independent auditor's report is ours, which is a good thing in the sense that it's what we call clear or unqualified, which means that the statements present fairly in all material respects in accordance with the standard that you follow, ASNPO, accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. So of course, that's a very good thing from a board point of view. We're just going to highlight some of the larger amounts, and I think you all know how substantial in terms of size financially SFSS is now. And we're just going to highlight some of the total columns very quickly for you in case anybody does have any final questions. But so looking at the total column, you can see some of the major assets are cash, 11.472 million, some prepaid amounts of about 1.65 million, cash held in trust, 8.5 million, and that all relates to Build SFU. And that is handled and stays with the university as you pay off the construction or the final construction costs and the related financing with the bank. Tangible capital assets of about 2 million. That's the furniture and equipment you bought for $1.2 million relating to Build SFU. And then you have 937,000 carried value for your interest in Maggie Benston and your existing furniture and equipment, computers, etc. Most of that 937 will be gone when you move to the new building this fall. And as you'll see below, you'll see the deemed proceeds in a minute. The other major asset, of course, is Build SFU, which is almost done, $49,700,000. So total assets, you can see $73 million. Liabilities, some of the highlights, the current portion of your bank loan, the principal due in the next year is $1 million. Accounts payable, which mostly 6.6 million relate to the construction of Build SFU and your health plan. And then deferred revenue, the 1.7 mostly relates also to the timing of the undergraduate health plan. Other major liabilities, of course, are your long-term portion of your bank loan, $34,900,000. And then, as I noted just a minute ago, once you move out of your existing Maggie Benston premises, that $3.5 million will become proceeds for your surrender of space, and you'll end up with a fairly big gain on the bottom line in fiscal 2021. Fund balances are your equity. You know what they're carved out in the various funds, but you can see they're pretty substantial at the end of the year, $25,718,000. On the statement of operations or income statement, the next statement, we'll just highlight some of the bigger items. Your activity fee revenue this year, $12.8 million versus 11.8. That's mostly because the increase is mostly because of Fraser International was 12 months this year versus 4 months last year. And your Build SFU fund does increase by $10 for full-time students, January 2020. The other revenues are pretty self-explanatory, knowing that the copy center was closed in the prior fiscal year, 2019. And you did well again on your interest and miscellaneous income, $282,000. Most of the expenses generally are pretty explanatory. There's also schedules that you've looked at previously. You can see them: office admin, general office, Build SFU is minor, and then of course the building operating costs of $100,385. You can see the big item, of course, is activity and program expenditure, and a good chunk of that is your undergraduate health plan, the $5.413 million. Then your discretionary grants, $125,221, and then you had more student bursaries this year because of COVID-19, up to $493,000. Then you had your amortization or depreciation, non-cash, $208,000. To get to your bottom line, 4.275 to the good. That means your revenues exceeded expenses. I think most of the other numbers are pretty self-explanatory within the bottom part of the fund balances. The only item to be wary of going forward is the undergraduate health plan. You can see this year it had a loss of $446,864. So that's something that I think everyone is well aware of, and to keep an eye on that going forward with your given policy within the plan. So that's a very brief summary. The moral of the story is that you're a very big organization. You have a lot on your plate. We think overall, given COVID-19 and the timing of everything, we wanted to thank certainly Osab and Corbett. They were excellent in getting back to us, given that we couldn't really get in physically. And also a thank you to the finance people, Kurt and David. They also worked very, very hard to try and get everything done. And we appreciate everyone's effort. And, it's our pleasure to work with the Student Society, and we're very proud of our relationship with you folks. So hopefully that isn't too short of a summary. I think, as Osab mentioned, everyone's seen it in the statements and so on. So in closing, are there any questions or comments?
Does anyone have questions or?
So if there aren't any, thank you very much. To finalize the audit, I think we mentioned before, Corbett, that we'll just need the signed documents next week that we had sent previously, and then we can start to look to finalize the statements, and then you can put them, if you need to send them to the bank, or if you need to put them on your website for your student members, so they have time to look at them before your annual meeting in late October.
Yep.
So if there's nothing else, we want to again thank everyone, and have a good rest of the meeting, and have a good weekend.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for taking the time to answer our questions the other day at our development session. And we're looking forward to seeing you again at the AGM, so we can give students an opportunity to engage as well. So thank you.
Sounds good. Well, thank you all. Take care. Bye.
Have a good weekend, everyone, and a good rest of the meeting. Bye.
Bye. All right. So any discussion before we put this motion to a vote? All right, if not, then I'll just give it another read over. So whereas the Finance and Administrative Services Committee has received and reviewed the draft audited financial statements, whereas the board reviewed the statements with the auditor on August 14, 2020, be it resolved that the board approve the draft audited financial statements, be it further resolved that the financial statements be signed by the president and the VP Finance. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic now if you would like to dissent or abstain, or just otherwise note your dissent. All right, seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. We can move on to item 6.3, Accessibility Coordinator. So whereas the Accessibility Advisory Committee passed a motion to recommend to the board to hire an accessibility coordinator by the end of the SFSS 2020-2021 fiscal year, be it resolved that the SFSS Board of Directors commit to hiring an accessibility coordinator by the end of the SFSS 2020-2021 fiscal year. Would someone like to move?
Jennifer moves.
Thank you, Jennifer. Would someone like the second?
Corbett seconds.
Corbett seconds, thank you. Perfect. So Jennifer, I believe you were the one who put this motion forward. So if you would like to speak to it, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, kind of as an update for those of you who aren't on the accessibility committee, a lot of us, well, we're hiring an accessibility designated assistant soon, hopefully in the fall. But that is just a temporary position. And seeing as how the Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance now has a space in the student union building, we thought it would be nice to get a more permanent coordinator in the future. And I brought this motion to the table because I was worried that people, like with the high board turnover, I was worried that it would be forgotten about. So I wanted to have a motion just so that the next board can continue this project and we can like commit to it so that it doesn't get dropped and we end up not getting an accessibility coordinator. So this motion is mainly just for us to commit and say that we intend to hire one in the future.
Cool, thank you, Jennifer. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I think that this is a good practice for record keeping, and I'm hoping that this will be addressed this year. And even if it's not, that we can make sure that future boards are revisiting it. Bilquis, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to vocalize my support for the motion, just because if that's what folks have asked for, then I think it's a great idea. Why not have more support for just students who are asking for it? So thanks for putting this forward.
Also, you're muted.
My bad. If there is no more discussion, we can put it to a vote. So be it resolved that the SFSS Board of Directors commit to hiring an accessibility coordinator by the end of the SFSS 2020-2021 fiscal year. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, then the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We can move on to item 6.4, which is Fall 2020 Annual General Meeting. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors call the 2020 SFSS Annual General Meeting for Monday, October 26th, 2020 at 3:30 p.m. Would someone like to move?
Gabe will move.
Thank you, Gabe. Would someone like to second? Matt seconds. Thank you. All right, perfect. Gabe, did you want to talk on this one briefly?
Sure, thank you, Asib. Yeah, the annual general meeting working group has met a couple of times now, and we're busy planning what the AGM is going to look like and what the agenda is going to include. And we've been deliberating on the date and time we are wanting to hold the AGM. It's important to note that in our bylaws, we are actually required to hold the AGM I believe sometime between mid-September and October 31st. And typically it's held in the end of September. We have decided to go for a date later in October to give us some more time to focus on the bylaw review before any bylaw amendment proposals are actually presented to the membership at this year's annual general meeting. In terms of the time that was selected, 3:30 p.m., I was communicating with the university to see which time of the day worked well in terms of how many students are not in class during which times of the day, so that we could actually have as many students as possible attending the AGM. And 3:30 to 6:30 was the best time chunk on Monday, October 26th. So that's really all I have to say to this motion.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you again for chairing the AGM committee and for coordinating all of this. Very, very important stuff. So we really do appreciate your efforts and for finding a time that works well for students, because that wasn't something that I had thought of. So much appreciated. So yeah, that's going to be our AGM. Everybody, I hope you'll all be in attendance as members of the society, but also as representatives. Does anyone have any questions or comments before we put this to a vote? All right, so in that case, be it resolved that the Board of Directors call the 2020 SFSS Annual General Meeting for Monday, October 26, 2020 at 3:30 p.m. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. Perfect. So we can move on to item 6.5, bylaw review council transformation. So whereas council is currently outlined as an advisory body to the board of directors in the SFSS bylaws, whereas council serves as a critical channel within the SFSS to hold elected board members accountable for their decisions, whereas there have been growing calls to action for council to be further empowered as an oversight body in the SFSS bylaws, whereas this board is currently undergoing a bylaw review process and will be recommending bylaw changes at the fall 2020 annual general meeting with the potential for further bylaw amendment proposals in the spring 2021 semester. Whereas the board is committed to the values of transparency, accountability, and democratic process and seeks to see these values entrenched in the future of this organization. Be it resolved that the board of directors, as part of the bylaw review process, support in principle the increasing of council's oversight and accountability abilities within the bylaws. Be it further resolved that the board of directors work alongside council throughout this process and commit to the required amount of time and resources to draft the necessary bylaw reforms to present to the SFSS membership at the fall 2020 annual general meeting. Be it further resolved that if these reforms are not completed in time for the fall 2020 annual general meeting, that the board defer these proposals to the spring 2021 semester. Would someone like to move this motion?
I can move that motion also.
Thanks, Gabe. Would someone like the second? Matt seconds. Thank you, Matt. Gabe, you can go ahead.
Thank you, also. And it pains me that you had to read out that long motion, but because this motion is tied to the presentation that we actually postponed until after new business, just so that the auditors didn't have to sit through the presentation, I'm actually going to move to postpone this motion until after, I'm not even sure what number it is now, item number 6, which is the presentation. Yeah.
Perfect. Would someone like to second that?
Matt.
Corbett seconds.
Corbett seconds. Thank you, Corbett. Any discussion? All right. So all those in favor of the postponement seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously and this motion is postponed. We can move on now to item 6.6, Accessibility Designated Assistant Hiring Committee. So 6.6, be it resolved to appoint X to the Accessibility Designated Assistant Hiring Committee. Would someone like to move this motion?
Jennifer moves.
Thank you, Jennifer. Would someone like the second?
Gabe can second.
Gabe seconds. Perfect. Thank you, Gabe. Perfect. Jennifer, did you just want to give a quick overview of this position? I know we've spoken about it at board meetings before, but it might be nice for a refresher.
Yeah, so the accessibility designated assistant is responsible for things like helping us out with developing the appendices of the accessibility standard policy. And appendices are things like how to make our meetings more accessible, how to make our events more accessible, the funding request forms and things like that. And this assistant can also help us do research and help us with any funding request forms. And this, I guess this hiring committee is pretty self-explanatory. It would just be to help find somebody to hire for the assistant. Can I actually move to amend X to add my own name and whoever else might be interested in being a part of this?
Yes. Did you want to hold off on that amendment until we find out who the other person would be? Okay, cool. And then I had another question, or just like a question. So for hiring committees, particularly for unionized staff members, have to consist of two union represented and two employer reps, which would be us. So Jennifer and one other person. But I know that we did have conversation about potentially having some students from the Accessibility Advisory Committee or from the DNA to be on the committee. Jen, do you know if anyone has already expressed interest in that, or is that something that is still up?
So far, nobody has expressed interest, but I can kind of nudge them and ask.
Okay. In that case, I think for now it's fine to appoint yourself and one other person to the committee. And then in that case, we would have to reach out to our staff to find out who would be the two representatives from the union, and also to see if it is agreeable to both parties that we have those other students on the hiring committee. So, and I just want to double check, Lawrence, would we just reach out to the union and just ask them if there's anybody who'd like to motivate for this committee?
Yeah, in fact, as soon as this motion passes, I can email the shop steward suggesting that they name two people, at least one of whom has maybe got some experience on committees, so that there's just that added support. But also drop the hint that like the out on campus hirings and women's centered hirings, there'll be one position possibly from DNA kind of.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, so in that case, is there anyone else who would like to motivate to be on this hiring committee? Sude?
Yeah, I had a question. So the board member is going to be only on the hiring committee of, it's only going to be in the hiring committee, right?
Yeah, so essentially the people to review the job description, to make sure that interviews are happening, and to make that selection along with the other folks on the hiring committee.
Okay. I'm interested. I do want to.
Perfect. Is there anyone else who would be interested in case you guys want to fight Jennifer and Sude for the spot? If not, I think we can just make that amendment. All right, so seeing none, in that case, I'll move to amend this motion to replace X with Jennifer Joe and Sude Govendic. Would someone like to second that amendment?
Corbett seconds.
Corbett seconds. Perfect. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we can put it to a vote. So all those in favor of amending the motion to replace X with Jennifer Joe and Sude Govendic, seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. The item is now amended, and we can now go back to the main motion. So be it resolved to appoint Jennifer Joe and Sude Govendic to the Accessibility Designated Assistant Hiring Committee. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we can put it to a vote again. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Jennifer and Sude, and I hope that it is a successful and fruitful hiring committee. Cool, so we can move on to item 6.7, club and student union terms of reference. So whereas the SFSS member services requires the up-to-date terms of reference for clubs and student unions to be approved by the board, be it resolved to approve the SFSS club's terms of reference as presented. Would someone like to move this motion?
I'll move.
Oh, Wei-Chen?
Yeah.
Perfect. So Wei-Chen moves. Would someone like the second?
Sude seconds.
Sude seconds. Thank you, Sude. All right. So Poom, I believe you put this motion forward. So if you would like to speak to it first, that would be great.
This is pretty simple. It's just I believe in the June 12th agenda, this was not, like, terms of reference was not one of the documents that was approved. The Member Services Committee needs the terms of reference approved because we want to publish a guide on the SFSS website on what the current policies for clubs and student unions are, and we would need this approved.
Perfect. And to my understanding, there haven't been actually any changes coming through from the committee. This is just the document that we had, but just wasn't approved by board yet. Okay, cool. So does anyone have any questions about the document as it stands? I know it's one that wasn't made publicly available, so I'm really hoping that now having it up on the websites will help us out in a couple of ways. A, students will be able to refer back to it if they do have issues or have questions. And there's also record of these policies, so it doesn't come off as if we are simply imposing random rules, but rather that they are set out and available. Wei-Chen, did you want to speak?
So this term of reference is, to my knowledge, is like for every club, and it's supposed to be like the constitution, I guess, because in the document it says clubs are like not like allowed to have your own club constitution or any variation.
So are you asking if this kind of acts as a constitution for the clubs?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, essentially, these are the terms and guidelines that they have to follow. I know that sometimes a constitution is a lot more like values-based things and what you're set out to do. But like this document is essentially their rules, guidelines, constitutions, and otherwise. So everything in here does apply to all the different clubs that we do have, if that answers your question.
Yeah, so it's answering like in terms of, because every club has different values and goals. Like where would like a club like formalize those kind of things? Because it usually would be like in constitutions, but since it says like clubs are not allowed to have constitutions or any variation, so I just want.
Yeah, I'd actually like to learn more about why that might be. Lawrence, did you have a comment?
Yeah, two things. A direct comment. I did read it and I didn't catch that unless it's changed. Wei-Chen's question is a good one, and typically, and I think it's, and Sarah would know more here too, but there are certain things that a club has to include, and that's what this policy outlays. So a club can't ignore. There are 4 things that they have to include, and then they can tailor a constitution of their own. That's not a legal document, but it does set out their own unique guidelines and support practices that they see as important to their membership and group, as long as they include the mandatory things. And then my second comment might benefit from further discussion here if need be.
Yeah, I noticed, Wei-Chen, I just opened it up and looked it up, and it does say that the clubs are not permitted to establish their own club constitution or any variation of such. So it seems pretty like set in stone that that's not something that's allowed. I'm assuming there's a reason behind it. Corbett? You're muted.
Yeah, thanks. My perception is probably a bit of a practical issue of there's 200 something clubs, having the staff wouldn't be able to try and verify that they're all in line. So it's easier to have a set document that gets applied to everybody. That's my main assumption.
Yeah, it's kind of my understanding as well that this would kind of act in place of that, but yeah. Mehtab?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that. Like I've spoken with a few clubs as well, and a lot of them want to kind of have their own set. But like if we let that happen with everyone, that kind of some clubs may not be. It's hard to keep track, and also they may not be in line with the SFSS and like goals, and that may cause some issues. Like again, like Corbett said, practically, right? So yeah.
Next is Poom.
I'm very interested in giving clubs the autonomy to create their own constitution. But question for Lawrence, I remember back in the day, like in 2016, didn't clubs used to have constitutions? And what changed? Do you remember?
Well, yeah, that's where I just went out on a little limb there, and I missed the part where this is now the standing constitution, because as I was describing a moment ago, the practice that this seems to replace, where like I was answering Wei Chun and saying that there were core elements you had to have, but that a club could fashion their own language. But it seems that, as everyone is saying, that this now replaces that, to Corbett's point about there being many clubs. And that if every club has a distinct constitution, it's a lot of work and nearly impossible, arguably, to get a handle on. But in answer to your question, Poom, it used to be that every club could fashion. Well, it was actually sort of a checkbox. They could check that they took the standard constitution, easy, took 2 seconds, and then you were governed by the standing model, or you could select that you would modify your constitution, in which case you would then make the amendments that you wanted following your own club guidelines.
Cool. Sarah, if you have a direct response, you can go ahead.
Sure. I guess I was just going to fill in that previous to the policies that were just introduced this year, there weren't really any policies for quite a few years, for about 5 years. So the member service coordinators drafted a bunch of different documents that were kind of just under the policy level. And what Lawrence was talking about still applies to the student unions. There's sort of a template constitution, and then they can choose, but they're working with the coordinator on that at all times. I think the thing with the clubs, it's just the volume for sure, because there's 200 and not a lot of coordinators, but there just weren't a lot of policies. So it was more what's been done in practice rather than policy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. And I think that it might be worthwhile exploring this in the member services committee, and of course having this discussion here as well. But I wonder if there's a way to kind of, well, I mean, even if a club were to come up with a constitution that were to violate any of our rules or policies, then like just making it clear maybe that part of your constitution is not valid. That might save some trouble in having to have the coordinators go through them all. But at the same time, if this is a practice that we have with student unions, just to make sure that they are, constitutions that are fair and enforceable, that we don't want it to kind of be a situation where, you've got something really weird in there, but it doesn't necessarily violate one of our rules, and now a coordinator has to figure it out with you and add that burden. So it's a tricky situation. Samad?
Yes, Madam Chair. So yeah, I want to say that I think still it would be a better idea to give clubs an option to write their own constitution. And the sheer volume should not be the object for discouragement here, because we cannot assume that all 200 plus clubs would like to make their own constitution and start applying here. There might be some, and there might be some clubs who are a lot more active, and they want to have some kind of unique guideline to set themselves apart and have some kind of foundation of their own that they want to leave behind. So those kind of things really matter to them, because there's like a few clubs that are not active at all, and I cannot assume that they would like to send in a constitution. If some club or members are actually putting that much time and effort into writing something that some kind of foundation, that means they really care about their own organization, and we cannot take that away from them. That's discouragement. So I would like to encourage my members of my community to actually take care of their organization and build upon what they believe in. We can build some kind of template with the student services, some kind of template, some kind of guideline that they have to follow no matter what, things that should be included in their constitution by SFSS. And then those organizations, if they want to write their own constitution, they can include those and request a review, and we can put some kind of timeline that review can take up to 1 semester or something like that. That will give everyone a little bit more time, but like giving that kind of option to them, showing that we care about them or their organization as well and their effort that they have put in to build something of their own and that they care about it, it's necessary to encourage our membership to do more and make themselves seem unique. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I think you bring up a good point. Wei-Chun?
Yeah, I think the reason I mentioned this in the first place, I think Sama covered all the points I wanted to say. Just like I think like especially myself as well, like I am trying like establishing a new club and stuff like that. It's really important to have like your mission, your values, and what the club is like, what you're trying to achieve, and like just the longevity and like the foundation of the club is really important. But yeah, like Sama basically covered everything I wanted to say and why, and then she brought this up. But yeah.
Perfect, thank you, Wei-Chun. So I guess that leaves us with a couple of options. If it is a situation where we want to take this back now to the Member Services Committee rather than passing it right now, we can do that. Or we could pass this, have it posted, because they are already in effect, but just to approve them to be posted on the website for now, and then we can go and make those amendments through the committee.
I would like this approved now, since the reason I submitted this item in the first place was so that member services can submit the guidebook for club policies, which is something that is a big request and is required to be posted immediately. I will pursue amending the terms of reference as soon as the member services committee meets again and we talk about that.
All right. Does anyone else have any comments? I think for the bigger discussion regarding the actual wording and the idea of maybe reintroducing the Constitution can happen through the committee as well. And then hopefully we can hear back from the coordinators a bit. All right, so any other discussion before we put this to a vote? All right, if not, then I will give it another read over. So be it resolved to approve the SFSS Club's terms of reference as presented. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. Seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. I apologize if you're hearing a lot of noise. My neighbor's like mowing their lawn right now, even though I think it's raining, but whatever. All right, so we can move on to item 6.8, approving the FASC annual plan. Whereas the Finance and Administrative Services Committee has drafted, reviewed, and recommended an annual plan for the committee, be it resolved that the board approve the FASC annual plan. Would someone like to move?
Corbett moves.
It's Corbett. Would someone like the second?
I'll second.
Was that Harry?
Wei-Chun.
Wei-Chun seconds, thank you. Okay, cool. Corbett, if you'd like to speak on it a bit, you can go ahead.
Yeah, hi everyone. So Finance and Administrative Services Committee for over the last 6 weeks or so we've developed an annual plan. Even though technically I guess we don't have our own budget, I still think the idea is good for every committee to have its own plan for projects it wants to work on. And so using a combination of ongoing projects and recommendations from the outgoing VP Finance and staff, as well as a combination of stuff for this year's strategic plan and campaign promises, we developed a list of projects we want to work on over the next 8 months. some have already actually started, or, well, for instance, the annual audit is now completed with our passing of our motion. That we're working on the investment policy, and we are actually started doing the student group funding model review. But the other items will be worked on in the fall and spring term. And so I just wanted to pitch show these to you, to the board for approval. These have been approved by the committee. And if there's any questions, comments, or concerns, I'd like to hear them.
Perfect. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Or anyone particularly not from the FAST committee who would like to look into this? All right, if not, we can put it to a vote. I think that, sorry, it's really loud. The committee had a chance to go over this and had a much more fruitful discussion on it, so I think we can go ahead and approve it unless anyone has any qualms. All right, so we can put it to a vote. So be it resolved that the board approve the FAST annual plan. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent. All right, so the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So we can move on to the next motion, which is one that Samad added regarding medical fee reimbursement. I'll scroll up. So whereas board member stipends are taken into consideration for the calculation of employer health tax, whereas board members who are domestic students are covered under the new BC employer health tax system, but board members who are international students still subject to pay for international student health fees. Be a result to reimburse board members for international student health fees from the start of their board term and on. Would someone like to move this motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move this motion.
Thank you, Samad. Does someone like the second?
Sude seconds.
Sude seconds. Thank you, Sude. All right. So Samad, you put this motion on the table. So if you'd like to speak to it.
Yeah. So recently I was talking to our VP Finance, Mr. Guldasweef, about this EHT situation with SFSS. At first, my understanding was that board members and stipends are not taken into consideration for EHT. But then I found out that it is taken into consideration. So each board member right now, their stipend is going toward the calculation of EHT, which is the amount SFSS is paying to the government, which is employer health test. And then, but when the new health system was introduced, basically was removed, government removed MSP and made it international student health fees, which means basically all the international students will have to pay $75 every month. And right now, if the board members stipend who are board members who are international students, their stipend is already being considered for EHT, and then when they receive their payment, their stipend, and then they have to pay government $75 more from their own paycheck, that just seems a bit unfair treatment for international students and the board as board members. So I thought it would be a better idea to put a motion forward for a reimbursement because health fees is basically it's a basic necessity, and I just wanted to bring this up to board. If board feels appropriate, I would like this motion to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Samad. So okay. So just to ensure that I'm understanding this correctly, and I don't know if folks may have a similar question, this is being taken out on top of the MSP, like international student health fees. So it's kind of like you're paying double for the health tax, health benefits. Because to my understanding, like the international student health fee is separate to what you would pay, but
yes.
they put it for domestics or domestic students.
No, domestic students do not pay health fees anymore, right? Because of the new plan. It's international student health fee. That's a different thing that only international students are paying right now. Was there any other question that I missed?
Thanks, Samad. And Sarah brings up a good point. She says that she just wants to let the board know that there may be conflicts of interest with this motion, the financial benefit of any board members that are international students. I'd recommend any affected board members just excuse themselves from the voting.
Right, I do agree with Sarah on this. So I would request all the international board members right here to abstain from this motion.
I think that's sensible. Corbett?
Actually, there's a question for Sarah for maybe for clarity around the conflict of interest. In a situation where we as a board or past boards have approved things like cell phone reimbursements and transportation reimbursements, how would they be able to pass that, being that they all benefited from that? If we're applying the same standard here.
Sure. So there are conflicts of interest that in the past have not been declared. It's up to the member of the board that has that conflict of interest to declare it. Other members of the board can mention that and ask that person to step out, but it is up to the member to declare that conflict.
Well, no, what I meant in the sense is, wouldn't every single board member have to have declared a conflict of interest because they'd be financially benefiting from a voting on a reimbursement plan for cell phones and transportation? Like,
can you give me an example of, because there's lots of ways to have a transportation benefit if you're going to something for a job and then that person would abstain from the motion, but the rest of the board wouldn't. I just can't think of an example where there would be a blanket approval. It would mostly be for a specific conference or something of that nature.
Corbett, are you thinking more of the fact that we have those in place already for like phone bill reimbursements, transportation reimbursements, and that like maybe approving the budget or even suggesting those in the past may have been a conflict of interest because we would all be benefiting?
Well, my perspective, I guess, is more that this is not a one-time thing. This is a monthly thing for specific, in this case, specifically board members, but going forward for future boards, there will be different numbers of international students on it than others. That this is more of fall under the idea of like perk benefit as opposed to a one-off thing. I'm just wondering if it's like, if it's not actually viewed as a conflict of interest simply because it's not an individual board member. Certainly, like there's more than one board member benefiting at this point, but it's kind of as part of a package, so to speak.
I think that would make sense if you included it in the budget, but right now it's not in the budget. No. So in future years, I would recommend adding this into the budget, just like you would the transportation benefit, childcare, that kind of thing.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I didn't think about it in the budget side of it. Yeah, I'll take that to FASC. Thanks.
Perfect. Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Samad, you can go ahead.
Yes, I just want to confirm that all the board members who are international students will be abstaining for this motion. They cannot vote on it, right?
I mean, it's not necessarily that you can make the decision if you'd like to abstain.
All right, so I'll be abstaining.
Cool, we'll get to that. All right, so does anyone else have any comments or questions? I think that this makes sense, and I'm happy to move forward with this motion. And I think that, you know, the conflict, if there's a conflict, don't board members usually actually have to leave the meeting. I don't think that's embedded in our policies, but I can double check. I know that that's been our practice in some cases, but I will double check right now.
It's not, so yeah.
All right, well, in that case, I will suggest that our members, I mean, this meeting is being recorded anyway, so I guess if you really want to see how things went, you can just watch the meeting recording. But if any of the students who will be abstaining, or any of the board members who will be abstaining, if you would like to leave the meeting briefly, you're welcome to do so. If not, that is your choice as well. So I'll read the motion over and we can put it to a vote. Oh, it's in the chat.
All right, so I'll be leaving the meeting now. And how long should I wait to enter it again?
Like a minute.
All right, see you guys in a minute. Bye.
I guess I'll be leaving too. Yeah,
Okay.
just being a conflict of interest. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, so be it resolved to reimburse board members for international student health fees from the start of their board term and on. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, or let's see. If you would like to dissent or abstain, please unmute your mic now. I believe majority of folks affected have left the meeting, so that will be an abstention on their part. So for votes in favor, and I'll just record this for our minute taking purposes. Hanaki, Luis, Corbett, Emily, Gabe, Jennifer, whom is abstaining. Okay. Nafoni. All right, and myself in favor. And then Poom, Sama, Dwaychen, Harry, Sude have abstained. All right, so that motion is carried unanimously since abstentions don't count towards the final vote. And just as a comment, if there's a discussion going on and you're not sure what's going on and don't understand, best is to ask questions while we're having a discussion piece. And if you still feel like you don't have enough information to vote after that, then of course it is within your right to abstain. All right, so we'll give it, let's take a I guess they're back. Never mind. I was going to say let's take a 30-second break, but that may not be necessary. All right, cool. So in that case, we can move on to the next motion, which is regarding the SFSS rebranding. So whereas the idea of SFSS rebranding was discussed at the August 7th board meeting, and it was proposed to create a working group to take on this task, be it resolved to create SFSS rebranding working group, be it further resolved to appoint Samad Rosa, Jennifer Joel, Wing Paul, Matthew Provost, and X as members of this working group. Would someone like to move this motion?
I can.
Samad moves, thank you. Would someone like to second?
Nafoni.
Nafoni seconds, thank you, Nafoni. Cool. All right, so Samad, did you want to speak to this one?
Yes, Madam Chair. So basically, last board meeting we talked about SFSS rebranding and the purpose and why this whole idea came about. And now we are just passing a motion to create that working group under board, and then basically working on for our ideas. It will take approximately 3 months to come up with like options for new logos and new branding. And last time we on Wednesday, we had a little tour of a new building with Matthew, myself, and Katrina Chen, and everyone. We took a few pictures of what new buildings looks like, so we have general idea on like what kind of theme is going around. We are hoping to actually connect our new logo with that theme, so it looks all together connected, and also bring some kind of idea of advocacy into our new logo, student power, and the student ideology that carry. So this motion is just brought forward to actually create that working group and assign a few people. Wei Chin has volunteered to be part of this working group. Jennifer Cho has been offered her service as well, and also Matthew Provost. I have put down and X. So basically, I'm leaving this one position open or one or two position open. Whoever wants to join now, they can speak now, and then they can be part of that working group as well. I would like to also just clear this out that if I'm putting 3 months deadline, that means we will be meeting every week and works might increase depending. So there might be a lot more workload. So if you are going forward in fall semester taking heavy classes, I would not recommend to be part of it, because we might there will be focus groups, there will be research, there will be drafting, there will be a lot of meeting with external parties. So all of this work can increase your workload.
Thank you so much. Heather says that he is also interested. And we can just amend the motion to remove the X and add your name. Did anybody else want to motivate to be on this committee? Of course, you're more than welcome to lend a helping hand, but in terms of the actual commitments, those will be, of course, as someone mentioned, more important, or you're going to have to spend a little more time on it as a member of the group. All right. Any discussion, I guess, before we put it, or first I will move to amend X in this motion. So I would like to move to amend this motion and remove X and replace that with Heather Masood. Would someone like to second that amendment?
Madam Chair, I would like to second that amendment.
Thank you. Perfect. So any discussion on the amendment? If not, we can put it to a vote. So all those in favor of the amendment seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the amendment is carried. So now I will reread the motion. So whereas the idea of SFSS rebranding was discussed at an August 7th board meeting, and it was proposed to create a working group to take on this task, be it resolved to create SFSS rebranding working group, be it for the resolve to appoint Salman Raza, Jennifer Jo, Wei Cheng Hua, Matthew Provost, and Heather Masood as the members of this working group. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And now we can move on to what I believe is our last motion, which is to approve the Accessibility Advisory Committee annual plan. Jennifer, I'm just checking. Okay, so whereas the Accessibility Advisory Committee has drafted, reviewed, and recommended an annual plan for the committee. Whereas the Accessibility Advisory Committee has drafted, reviewed, and recommended an annual plan for the committee, be it resolved that the board approve the Accessibility Advisory Committee annual plan. Would someone like to move?
Jennifer moves.
Thanks, Jennifer. Would someone like to second?
Emily seconds.
Emily seconds. Perfect. So Jennifer, if you'd like to speak to this motion, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just copy pasted the annual plan document in the chat again. But basically, this is what we'll be working on throughout the next year. There are some exciting projects here, like auditing the accessibility of the new student union building, working on the accessibility standard policy, hiring the designated assistant. We are also looking at starting an accessibility fund bursary that will hopefully benefit some students, providing funding for their access needs. And psychoeducational assessment, and a bunch of other projects that I'm excited to work on. You can read more in the document that I linked.
Perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. And thank you for putting this together. Does anyone have any comments or questions? I think this is fairly standard, similar to the passing of the annual plan for FASC. It looks like you guys have got some pretty cool projects coming up, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of these come to fruition. Any discussion? All right, if not, we can put it to a vote. So be it resolved that the board approve the Accessibility Advisory Committee annual plan. Seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. So cool, thank you everyone, and thank you, Jennifer. I believe that's all for new business, and I think now might be a good time to take a break. So let's come back at 3:55, so 8 minutes, I guess. All right, see you guys in a bit. Hi, everyone. We'll get started again in a moment. I think most people are back. All right, so we can go into the next item on the agenda, which is the presentation bylaw review. So Gabe, you can go ahead.
Thank you. And if it's all right with you, I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint.
Yeah, go ahead. No worries.
Thanks. Let me just get that up. Okay, everyone seeing the PowerPoint? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be doing a bit of an update to the board on where the bylaw review is at right now, and give a rundown, have an opportunity for some questions, and a motion is also coming out of this presentation after the presentation on the board on a recommendation from the governance committee to take a certain stance regarding an aspect of the bylaw review. So to start off with a bit of background, since February, the board has been working on this ongoing bylaw review project, but up until now, this project, this project has also included many student consultations and even the conduction of a bylaw survey. And the board is very excited to work on this project, or at least, our governance committee has been working on this very thoroughly. And we recognize that this is a great opportunity for us to step back and really ask ourselves, what are our priorities as a student society, and what do we want our bylaws to look like? And so the end goal of this project is to have a draft set of bylaws ready to recommend to our membership for approval at our fall 2020 AGM, which we just approved the date for, October 26th at 3:30. And the governance committee, the board governance committee has been having very thorough discussion around certain aspects, mostly around what the composition of the board is going to look like and what the role of council should be. And throughout this discussion, it became very evident that there's a great need for the implementation of greater accountability within the organization. Particularly, governance committee members have been wanting to see more accountability of the board through bodies such as council. To understand the changes that I'm about to propose, I think it's important to do a quick review of what our governance structures look like now. So here's an organizational chart of the SFSS that I put together to the best of my ability. And you can see our membership is always at the top. And in any society or nonprofit, the membership is always your boss. But in the SFSS, you have the board of directors, a body of 16 elected representatives by the membership, composed of 6 executive officers, 8 faculty reps, and 2 at-large reps. And of course, you have a smaller subset of the board that's called the executive committee. And then you have other bodies such as council and student unions. Each student union has its own executive, and of that executive, they elect a representative to represent their department or faculty on the SFSS council. This council, which in our current bylaws, simply serves in a mostly advisory capacity. Over the years, it's had a significant role in holding the board accountable for its decisions, but is significantly limited in the amount of power it has. It has a lot of political influence or political pressure it can apply on the board in terms of the reach that it has with student unions and departments and faculties. But that's really it, other than a few powers such as putting forward referenda, putting proposals or business forward to AGMs or SGMs. They can't call the actual meeting, but they can put forward business. And so here I've questioned whether the board is actually accountable to council, simply due to its lack of powers. Of course, we must recognize that the board is always accountable to the membership, but the membership can only hold the board accountable through annual general meetings, special general meetings, through referenda. And when you have a student body of 26,000 people, it's not realistic to expect that students always have this burning desire to hold the board accountable, or even the organizing capacity to do so. And so for this reason, I, on behalf of the governance committee, want to propose the following model, which would see a bit more of an empowerment of council. So first, I'll kind of go step by step here. First, we would see a decrease in the composition of the board. First, by removing faculty reps and at-large reps. And then the board, as we know it now, would actually be renamed the executive committee. Then, by rearranging the power structure of this organization, we would see the executive committee become accountable to council. And so I put the current model and the proposed model side by side here. And the first thing you will notice in the proposed model is that council is higher in authority than the executive committee. And that is very intentional. A large problem that we've run into during this bylaw review, and mainly advocates of council empowerment, is that under the BC Societies Act, which is the governing provincial legislation that essentially is the reason this organization exists, is that it only talks about the board. It doesn't talk about having additional bodies that oversee the management of the internal affairs of the society. So when we talk about giving council more power, realistically, that's not entirely possible to the level that people have been advocating for, because it's not technically the legal body in charge of managing the organization. So why change this up, and how on earth do we do this? How does this new model accomplish that? So, I mean, as I stated at the beginning, there is a clear need among our membership for greater accountability of our elected officials. And so, looking back at the bylaw survey that was conducted a number of months ago, before classes were moved online and all of that, the survey indicated something very striking to me, and it was that people wanted a smaller board, but they also wanted more power to council. And this is where we really formed this new model, which I will actually mention is not really new in and of itself. Many other student societies employ a model similar to this, and even the SFSS used to employ models similar to this a number of decades ago. Council and board did used to be the same governing body called forum, where the name of our forum chambers come from. That's where meetings used to be held of forum. So essentially, as I said, we would like to shrink the size of the board by removing faculty reps, at-large reps, but keeping the 6 exec positions, and then council as a larger representative body of departments and faculties would essentially replace that aspect of faculty reps and at-large reps. The representation they used to provide on the board would now be replaced by council, which arguably is a better body of representation. And then actually empowering council to be the board, essentially. Council would be, for all intents and purposes, the legal board of directors of the society. But, and I'll move to the next slide now, the executive committee would be empowered to act and use the power of council in between council meetings. So you can see this chart here, and I'll explain this. You know, you might be asking, but Gabe, you said that you can't have two different bodies managing the society under provincial legislation. So how do we get around that? So the Societies Act does not talk about other bodies other than the board or council or forum or whatever you are calling it under your own bylaws. It does talk about, however, the delegation of powers. And so looking at this new model, it clearly lays out who has power, when they have it, and where it originates from. And so you might remember at the beginning of this presentation, I said that the membership was always your boss. And that's even more true in this model. In the bylaws, it would clearly state, and in this new model, it would state, the supreme governing body of the society shall be a members' meeting, which is another term for an annual general meeting or a special general meeting. But in between members' meetings, council shall be empowered to hold the powers of that members' meeting between members' meetings. So now council is the legal body in charge of managing the organizations. Council is the board. It is the body that the membership entrusts with managing the society between meetings. And then taking this to another level lower, a smaller subset of council, the executive committee, which we would think of now as the board, as the equivalent of this board, would then be empowered to act on behalf of council powers and wield the powers of council in between meetings. And so here you can see the clear chain of accountability. The members trust council to be an effective oversight body in managing the society, and in turn, council trusts the executive committee to carry out the day-to-day tasks and still have decision-making power. But keeping in mind, and this is key to the model that we're presenting, because council is higher than the executive committee, regardless of how much power you actually give the exec, you can say that the exec has the powers of council between council meetings, but because they're higher in authority, the executive is always accountable to something higher than them. And so, as an update on where we are with this process right now, we are working very hard to accomplish all of this. And we have only very recently, in all honesty, decided we wanted to move forward with this model. And so we are on a bit of a time crunch, but we are working very thoroughly with the executive committee and council to make sure that this gets done in a way that does justice to the process. The AGM is 3 months away. I don't even know if that's true at this point anymore, more like 2 months away. Which means that anyone working on this project is going to need to dedicate a lot of time and energy toward this. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've been spending more time staring at the bylaws than I'd like to admit. But in order to meet this deadline, and we've set kind of an artificial deadline for ourselves of September 18 to get all of this done in order to give our membership the proper notice of the special resolutions as per our bylaws and per the Societies Act. I also do want to draw attention to the fact that this is not the only change that needs to happen during the bylaw review. And I would actually argue that this is probably one of the least important changes. It is an important change in of itself, but compared to the other changes that actually need to happen to the bylaws at our AGM, this one needs to kind of bend to that a little bit. So for example, there are kind of going to be 3 bylaw amendment batches, if you will. The first one is to fix some inconsistencies with the Societies Act that our bylaws have. And of course, any compliance issues we have in the bylaws are always superseded by the Societies Act because it is provincial legislation. Any type of legislation supersedes our bylaws or policies or any other type of governing documents. So those really need to be fixed. The second one is focusing more on conflicts with the bylaws itself and updating student group definitions for student unions, constituency groups, and all of that. So to do do this process justice, we need to recognize that if we can't work and complete these draft bylaws to the level that we feel we are comfortable with by September 18, we need to be prepared to say, okay, maybe this is something we should postpone. And so these are options I've discussed with council in the last few weeks. One of three options we can pursue is to focus on the first one is to focus on the smaller changes to the bylaws in order to be compliant with the Societies Act. And focus on the council empowerment stuff later, maybe at a spring special general meeting or via a referendum. The second one is to try and organize all the bylaw changes, all of it, including council empowerment and Societies Act compliance, in time for the fall annual general meeting. The third, try and organize all the bylaw changes in time for the fall annual general meeting, but recognizing the time constraints that are placed upon us and being prepared to say, if by September 18, we aren't comfortable with the drafts that we have created, to push it back to the spring. And so option 3 is actually what I have integrated into the motion that is placed on the board agenda today to support, in principle, the idea of council being the legal board of directors again. And something very important to note, and something you might be asking yourself in your head right now, is when do these changes actually take effect? If you are voting on these at the AGM, does it happen immediately? Does it happen a few weeks later, a few months? It doesn't actually need to take effect right away. You can delay the bylaw, the commencement of the proposals that get passed at an AGM, say until May 2020, when the next elected election term occurs, when the next board term starts on May 1st. And so I reckon that's the path we will be taking. And in order to actually actualize these changes, some sort of transition steering committee would probably need to be established to oversee this big transition. And it is a very big transition. Yeah, and I already kind of spoke about how the bylaw amendment is going to be separated into 3 different special resolutions, and special resolution meaning that because it's a bylaw amendment, it requires a higher threshold to receive a pass. It needs 2/3 at an AGM, at our AGM. And it also protects us here because if we are moving forward with all of these different goals for our amendments, then if one passes, say the Societies Act stuff passes, but the council stuff does not, it doesn't screw us over in the sense that if we put it all in one special resolution in an omnibus type way, omnibus meaning you push all of the changes in one resolution and it's an all or nothing type thing, we still know that our bylaws will be compliant with the Societies Act. And so the governance committee has struck a bylaw review working group that is working very hard to take the decisions that are made by the governance committee on what we want the new bylaws to look like, and actually taking a look at the bylaws and discussing the nitty-gritty of the wording and the processes and the future-oriented thinking about how these changes will actually impact the SFSS in the long run. And so I want to take a moment to just emphasize that this is no light change that we're proposing here, and that I think it's important that we have a fruitful discussion at the board table about this. And something I will mention too is that this presentation that I delivered to you right now, I delivered to council 2 or 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, I think at this point. And council voted unanimously to support this model. So there is a lot of support for this, because this is such a big change that, you know, because the board is the one leading this bylaw review, I thought it important to bring a motion today to actually support this motion in principle, to continue to receive a full and complete mandate to move forward with these changes. And with that, I will, Asab, I don't know if you would like me to open the floor for questions and comment now, or move on to the motion, which is next on the agenda, and have discussion then.
Yeah, sure. We'll go into the motion and we can have a discussion within that motion.
Okay.
Everyone is agreeable. All right. So in that case, thank you, Gabe. Thank you very much for that presentation. And I will just read the motion out. I hope no one will mind, as it is a fairly long motion. But and Gabe, remind me, you did postpone to move it to right after the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so in that case, the motion is bylaw review and council transformation. So whereas council is currently outlined as an advisory body to the board of directors in the SFSS bylaws, whereas council serves as a critical channel within the SFSS to hold elected board members accountable for their decisions, whereas there has been growing calls to action for council to be further empowered as an oversight body in the SFSS bylaws, whereas this board is currently undergoing a bylaw review process and will be recommending bylaw changes at the fall 2020 annual general meeting, with the potential for further bylaw amendment proposals in the spring 2021 semester. Whereas the board is committed to the values of transparency, accountability, and democratic process, and seeks to see these values entrenched in the future of this organization, be it resolved that the board of directors, as part of the bylaw review process, support in principle the increasing of council's oversight and accountability abilities within the bylaws. Be it further resolved that the board of directors work alongside council throughout this process and commit the required amount of time and resources to draft the necessary bylaw reforms to present to the SFSS membership at the fall 2020 annual general meeting. Be it further resolved that if these reforms are not completed in time for the fall 2020 annual general meeting, that the board defer these proposals to the spring 2021 semester. Would someone like to move this motion?
Gabe will move.
Gabe moves. Thank you, Gabe. Would someone like the second?
Corbett seconds.
Thank you, Corbett. Perfect. All right, so I'll open up the floor to discussion. Please list yourself if you would like to weigh in. Poom, you can go ahead.
Just a couple of logistical questions. When the board has to be accountable to council, like with your diagram, in order to pass a motion, would the executive committee need the approval of council beforehand?
So how this would work is that council is the legal board, and as such can make decisions on behalf of the society, as we do now as a board. The executive committee wields the powers of council in between council meetings and can make decisions much like the council could, much like we as a board can do now, subject to certain limitations within the bylaws. For example, we've been discussing the possibility of, the executive committee can make most decisions, but some things, some big things like passing a budget, passing policy, passing spending motions over a certain threshold, all of those, the executive committee should probably defer to council in order for those to get passed. but for the most part, the executive committee would still be free to make most decisions as we do now as a board. And of course, the reason that council is higher in authority is if the executive committee makes a decision, a big decision, that they technically aren't limited to doing in the bylaws, but something that the majority of council doesn't agree with as a thoroughly representative body of the membership, then they have the power to reverse that decision or amend that decision in a way that is more representative of the interests of students.
Thank you, Gabe. Next on the list is Sude.
Yeah, I had a few questions. So with this model, will the roles of council reps be changing? As in, they would have to join like the committees, since we're not going to be having faculty reps and at-large reps. Are they going to be chairing committees? How is that gonna work?
It's a good question. So whenever you are a member of a body that is in charge of managing a society, so because we are taking council, changing it from its advisory role into a more legal entity that has significant power, with that, of course, comes a larger time commitment. And so with this transformation, you can expect that counselors will have to dedicate some more time to the role. Now, what that would look like is, yes, counselors are going to have to be engaged in committees, much like we are engaged in committees. Executive committee members would still be expected to chair certain committees. So for example, the VP University would still be expected to chair a committee such as the University and Academic Affairs. The VP External would be expected to chair a committee such as the VP, the External and Community Affairs Committee. What this model does is, because we have so many counselors sitting on council, that actually leaves us a lot of individuals to participate in our committees, which is a good thing if you think about it, because right now we are a body of 16 and we have, it feels like 17 million different committees, and we're all very busy and participating in all of those. So the idea is, from discussion we've had up to this point, is that counselors will be very involved in probably a specific executive officer's office. So for example, Sude, if you're on council and you are very interested in university relations stuff, you can get more involved in the UAA committee or within the office of the vice president, university relations. So yeah, I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yeah, and you gave, and kind of to add to your point, within this new model, the counselors, for all intents and purposes, would be the board. So the same duties and responsibilities that apply to all of us as board members would now apply to council. As of right now, in a lot of material aspects, council does not have a lot of decision-making capabilities, whether that be passing money, whether that be putting things forward for a general meeting, those kinds of things that, well, I mean, I won't get into that too much, but I mean the direct power to put something on the agenda for a general meeting. So they would be bound to the same responsibilities that we are right now. And in some ways, they kind of do act as faculty representatives, I think in a more effective way than our faculty reps do right now. I can say that, you know, as someone who is a DSU exec, they are much more in tune with what's happening on the ground. And oftentimes I find that, at least in my experience as a faculty rep, I found that it was kind of disjointed in some ways, and that I was not really technically a part of that DSU exec. So a lot of the times I maybe was not the best person to be representing that group of people, if that makes sense. Even though technically your job is, of course, to represent the entire society and the entire membership, not a certain subset as a faculty rep. This is going to give us a much more direct connection to the people who are actually working within those DSUs. Next person on the list is Anuki.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm just a little bit confused because, like, from what I'm hearing so far, it just seems like um, it would put a lot more pressure and a lot more work on like these students, and it would, in my opinion, like create more burnout. So I feel like right now, I already feel like there's a lot of things to do, and like I feel like it would be like more helpful to have like more people on board than like less, just because like of how like much stuff there is and like advocacy work and stuff. So yeah, I don't know, I'm just kind of like a little confused, and I personally see the opposite happening.
I mean, functionally, there would be more people on board. The board would be much, much bigger because that would include the executive committee and all of council. However, I think the big distinction between what the executive committee and what council does is essentially that a lot of the day, and recently Gabe and Corbett and I had a chance to meet up with the GSSs. They have a model that is similar in some ways, in that a lot of the actual day-to-day work is being done by the executive committee, which I think is probably a good reason for why we're considering and thinking of how we can make sure that executive committee still has adequate power outside of council, but are still making sure that their decisions are able to be reversed, or council is able to give them direction as to what they're able and not able to do. So functionally, it would be a much, much bigger board, a lot more input, a lot more varied groups of students, a lot more varied groups of students. So in terms of the workload, I think that it's even something that we've seen a little bit this year with our restructuring, that the execs are taking on, I think, a very different role and are often doing a lot more operationally, which has been a struggle in some ways, but I think as time goes on, we are kind of getting used to it and getting the hang of it. But this is a model that has worked well in other student societies in various forms. Of course, we don't have to take on a carbon copy of what someone else is doing. We can make sure that it fits the SFSS well. But you do have people there who are working essentially full time and are on the ground and doing that work. And then you've also got the counselors who are there to be part of those committees and to give that input and to have that support. So I don't know, Gabe, if I missed anything, if you wanted to add.
No, you essentially, you covered it all. I think that we really should look at removing faculty reps and at-large reps and shrinking the size of what we think of as the board now as what's actually happening. We are, yes, making a smaller governing body called an executive committee within the bylaws, but because the legal board, which we would be calling the council, is much larger and more representative, there is more, I think, would be more support for the executive officers within their own offices and their portfolios to actually carry out the work that they need to do on the ground, through and operationally as well. So, but yeah, Asib, I think you mostly covered that aspect of it.
Cool. Jennifer?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the election process. Do we have a clear idea as to what elections are going to look like? Because I know some DSUs have elections at different times, and from what I've seen in the past, not a lot of council representatives might necessarily know what they're getting into, because you would have to be involved in the DSU to be involved on council, and a lot of the people I talked to didn't know what council was or what the council rep position was. They just wanted to get involved in their DSU. So I guess I'm wondering, like, how will elections look like in the future if we adopt this model?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Jennifer. To start, that is still a discussion we're having, but we have some ideas on what they would look like. I want to first talk about one aspect of what you just said, and that people don't really know what they're getting into when they are appointed to a council position. Part of that, I think, is just we're really going to have to focus on a change in culture, I suppose, in encouraging student engagement and participation, making sure that elected students are actually educated and knowledgeable about the positions they're getting into, because, you know, I was on council for the entirety of last year, Jennifer, and when I was appointed to the position, I'm going to be honest with you, I had no idea what I was getting into. I did not recognize council's role. I did not recognize the power it had. And I think a lot of people, unfortunately, feel the same way, current councilors right now. And so there is an issue there, and that might even be at part of, you know, our fault as well, the board, for not doing enough to make sure that councilors know the power that they actually have. And so it's a great start to, I think, have this model integrated into the bylaws, but there's also a aspect of education and culture and that needs to be integrated. Now, to go to your second point, and I'm sorry, I wanted to just take a moment to answer this question thoroughly because it's a very good one. But elections, initially, I think we were discussing having standardized elections that would happen, you know, for example, right now board elections happen in the spring. Council elections could happen in the fall at a separate time, all at once. Every department, every faculty, elections happen. Now that is a lot of work, and that will require a lot of changes to our elections processes, and probably how the IEC is hired, the duration of the term of an IEC. But, you know, with discussion we had with the GSS this week, I personally, and this is a discussion to still have, but I think there is a certain strength in allowing the DSUs and FSUs and constituency groups to be able to hold their elections for each council seat in accordance with their own constitutions or governing documents. Because when you have a election process that happens all at once, there tends to be a lot of, how do I say this? A lot more power-driven people running for elections, and maybe what I reckon would happen with allowing constituency groups and student unions to do it in accordance with their own constitution is it kind of actually keeps them closer to, I want to say closer to the people, that's so totally an Americanism, but I think it would be a type of strength, but again, that is a conversation that needs to continue alongside council as well.
Thanks, Gabe. Am I frozen?
No.
Okay, looks like everybody. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I kind of see the value in having some kind of standardized elections, just because we would be able to have kind of like a start to end to essentially the fiscal year, even if it doesn't all have to happen on the same day, as long as we're able to make sure that we have the new board all starting at the same time. I know council kind of did something similar, but standardizing elections and also making sure that we have very clear guidelines around what is required in an election, because I think in some ways with really small DSUs, they might even just do like a one-day vote in person, as opposed to something like SUS that does like a big online election similar to the SFSS does. So I think that might be worth discovering. Jennifer was the last question, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Next is Harry. You can go ahead.
Hi. So my question was exactly the same as Jennifer's, but now I have a follow-up question to the matter of elections. So council is given a role of like a decision-making body right now, like after this bylaw review. So my point was that SFSS elections get a huge voter turnout compared to all the DSU's elections. And if council reps who are right now, like when they get to council, they will have power, and the students might not be feeling that the process is transparent. because there is hardly a voter turnout in small DSU bodies which elect the council reps. So that's my concern, which I was trying to address.
Gabe, you can go ahead if you want to respond.
Does Balkis have a direct reply? I can always go after her.
See that? Yeah, but please go ahead.
Yeah, to answer your concern, Harry, like the DSUs do have a smaller voter turnout, you're right, but at the same time, this is something we're pushing and encouraging and will come as part of the culture change is trying to get folks, it'll be on us definitely to like just make sure people are aware of what's going on, what they're getting involved with, the fact that elections are happening. We have to like get the ball rolling in terms of standardizing these elections and stuff. So I'm not really concerned about that because we'll have to do our due diligence in informing people about the whole elections process.
Okay.
Aniki, you want to respond as well?
Yeah, but to be fair, it's not going to be like an overnight thing where it's going to be the same voter turnout. It's going to take a longer time for sure. So it's probably going to have a really low voter turnout in the beginning.
Yeah, and
Yeah, just like Gabe said that like he wasn't aware of the responsibilities of the council rep as he was starting role into. So I was just concerned that the students who are voting for council reps in their DSUs might not be aware of what power does the council rep actually has. So if there was a way that the SFSS can target that, I think that would be a really good start.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a matter of just shifting the narrative around what council is. That's something that we will, in the case of these bylaws pass, I think that's something that we'll definitely work on as part of the kind of transition group that Gabe suggested, and making sure that people recognize that, you know, this has the same weight as what the SFSS elections had in the past, and that you're electing essentially the society's board of directors for all intents and purposes. So it'll take some time, I think, but I know in our conversations with the GSS, they said that they have decent retention of like their caucus reps on their council, and that they do also experience some like empty seats every now and then, but it hasn't been too big of an issue for them and they are still functional. So I'm hoping that that is, I think that, I mean, that there's hope for us as well. Corbett?
I also kind of want to mention that because this model or a variation of it we had it in the past as forum. I remember reading minutes from those time periods where, yeah, during the DSU elections, they were very clear. At least the minutes I read were clear that this council rep is part of the board, and that they're making decisions on like the annual budgets and et cetera. So it's a bit of better education, but it's really like it's not that complicated to be able to explain that going forward. Tell the different student union reps that this is what their role will do. This are the things they'll be citing throughout the year, and this is the kind of their job. Rather, they're not their responsibilities. And really, do we have to put that somewhat on the student unions to be aware of being explaining this stuff to their own members for their own elections and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely possible.
Thanks, Corbett. Next is Wei-Chun.
Yeah, like I want to speak like I think this is a kind of a good way to go forward with empowering council. Like speaking as a current faculty rep, like I personally find it hard to like really keep up with like the science on DSU. Like I have 9 science DSUs always checking with, and like I'm not necessarily like know what they need or what each department needs, and it's a lot to keep up with. And it's also like DDSUs like kind of feel kind of disconnected with what's happening at SFSS because you know like it's hard for them to be involved if like mostly the faculty reps are doing the things, and like I'll always have to go back to update them, and like they'll have like sometimes questions and like kind of confused at why certain decisions were made. So like I think putting the power to council, having a more fair and more representation in like what's happening in the society in terms of like decision making would be good. But yeah, like just speaking as a faculty rep, it is like kind of a lot to deal with like 9 DSUs. And like I don't represent all of them. I don't know their specific issues. So yeah.
Thank you, Wei Chen. Matt?
Hi, is everyone able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I know we kind of went into a deeper conversation in like governance committee, and there were members from council there, and just kind of relaying some of like this information. Like I do think long term it would be beneficial because you're hearing more from students who are actively involved, and right now council has been, you know, like from what I know, like active, and like, you know, they have been advocating for more accountability and more oversight, which I feel is, you know, in their right to do so as students, because ultimately our decisions impact students at the end of the day. And we want to make sure we're doing that in a good way. And I'm not saying that I'm not in agreement. I am in favor, but I just want to also relay like my feelings around it as well. I think it's important to understand that, you know, the way that this moves forward, we have to look at it from a perspective that, you know, there will be more expectations put on council. And we did actually talk about this in the meeting, like they're not going to be having once a month meetings. There's going to be more expected with them. So for myself, you know, in my portfolio, currently under this new model, I would be working with different folks on council to help work on specific things, whether it's in terms of my portfolio or not. And I think it's just really important that, you know, since they want more accountability for the execs, that, you know, if they want to move forward with this model, I feel like there's also that accountability for them to have the expectation of work and take up more of that work to have more say and oversight, because it is a big transition. Logistically, there's a few things that definitely it will be a culture shift, and it's going to be something that SFSS will have to adjust to, and a lot of the students will have to adjust to. And I think it's just something that we have to make a decision on and take as is, and maybe make those adjustments while they're happening, because we're not going to know how elections are going to run. You know what I mean? We don't know how that's going to play out with different DSUs. We don't know how the workload is going to be impacted. And also, you know, taking into consideration like inactive seats on council, with this change, those seats might become filled. More students might want to be involved because they know that there's a culture shift. They know that they may have more say. And I think it's important to just recognize that there's a reason why students are asking for these changes. I just think it's, you know, really take into consideration and make an informed decision about, you know, I would really like to hear everyone's thoughts on this, because I think it's really important. Because for myself, like, there's things that I find really beneficial, but there's things that I'm also like still questioning myself, but we're not going to know until we make that decision, or like even what students vote on and what they want. So overall, my main thing is that, you know, the council and students want more accountability on the board, but the expectation of their work and what they have to do, that also needs to be brought to attention, because ultimately they will have to take up more work and they will be more involved. And I hope that, you know, it makes a little bit more sense when that's happening. And I hope that this can be done in a good way with proper consultation, and, you know, building those reciprocal relationships with students. Because even so, I feel like we're really, our board has been really good about reaching out. Our board has been really good about trying to stay connected through students, even online. But I feel like that'll strengthen those bonds more with different faculty reps and DSUs and other students that maybe we don't necessarily get that reach. And I feel like giving council that oversight might change that a lot, because from what I've seen previously and like historically is that, you know, the SFSS board of directors is kind of like its own little club set to the side, and no one knows who they are. No one really knows what they're doing. And I hope that this might make that more transparent, a more transparent process for all parties involved. So those are kind of my thoughts on it.
Thank you, Matt. And I think you bring up a really good point about between where we are right now and when we actually have these bylaws drafted and ready to present to the membership. There's going to be a lot of steps in between where we are consulting, or where we'll have to be consulting, and we'll have to be considering all these little things that people have questions about right now. But right now, the motion that we have is, I think, starting to kind of build the skeleton of where we want to go, and then the specifics about, okay, how are we going to make sure that, you know, this is done properly and that elections are held in a fair and informed manner, and how are we going to make sure that execs have proper limitations on them? Like, all those things I think will come out. But like, I guess in my personal opinion, it's very clear that what we have right now is not working very well for us, and that there are better models that we can kind of like use to build ourselves out of and see how those play out. Because at the end of the day, I think that there needs to be some pretty significant change. But I really do want to hear from everybody as well. So I believe Sude has a direct response.
Yes, I do agree with Matt. In the sense that we would need proper consultation, like a transition program, transition training, and it's going to take pretty long time, I guess, or we will have to work hard with that, because as a fast rep, there are a lot of departments, and I do think that I cannot represent the interest of each and every department in my faculty. And yeah, it's pretty detached, and it's hard to keep track of with so many departments. So with this, I do think the job description of like council rep might change, because now they would have different roles. Also, we would need like one fast rep from the council rep, like just for communication between the board, between the execs and the council. Because if there are so many council reps, after a meeting, who is going to be you know, like making sure that that communication, like being a liaison or bridge between the council reps of, for example, FAS and the board, or not the board anymore, the executive. So yeah, I'm just thinking about, I guess, like during the consultations or the trainings, these we would go over these, or they would. But yeah, it's not going to be an easy process, but I do think it might be more effective and transparent, hopefully.
Thank you, Sude. Let me see who's next on the list. But I think a way that I kind of have been looking at it is, rather than council being as it is and now they have new responsibilities added to them, it's more so that the board is what's changing. The board of directors is expanding to include reps from these faculty and department student unions and constituency groups, and that their responsibilities remain the same because that's been what's expected of the board. However, it becomes much more democratic in that there are more people who are part of these groups who do have a vote and are able to hold the executive committee accountable for their actions and also make decisions on their own, if that makes sense. So I think it's less of council, and I mean it, yeah. I don't even know if we may want to, as a part of the transition, really make sure that we are splitting those two off and making it clear that council as it was is no more if we do move forward with it, and now council is the board, essentially, if that makes sense. The next person on the list is Anuki.
Yeah, I also agree with Matt and Sude, like what the points you brought up. And then when you clarified, Asib, isn't it, so basically, is it kind of like having more faculty reps, because like there's going to be like more people within from the DSUs. So like say for environment, there's going to be one from geography, one from environmental science, stuff like that. And then my second thing is, like I understand this is going to be like a process, but what's what does this mean for like the current faculty and at-large reps?
Gabe, did you want to touch on that one?
Sure. And I guess, want to talk a little bit about, yeah, no, I think a part of maybe some confusion in this discussion is what you just mentioned, Anuki, and what's going to happen to faculty reps and how faculties as a whole are going to kind of coordinate and communicate. But at an overall level, I just really want to emphasize the values that have pushed us to propose this model. And those values are greater democracy, because we're moving toward a very, what would you call it, a federated model where the different constituencies and student unions have a lot more power to locals. We're essentially, and this is part of our mission too, building student power. We're giving more power to the students. We're decentralizing power from a very small board and giving more power to the students to make decisions collectively. Now, in terms of what this change means for faculty reps, I will just mention that if these are to pass at the AGM and they pass at the AGM, they will most likely not take effect until May 1st of 2021, the first day of the new elected council or board term. So once these changes take effect, your role, say Anuki as environment rep, won't change this board term. What will happen though is the next election, people will have the opportunity to run for these new positions, for the executive committee, for council. And in terms of faculties actually coordinating with each other on council, that's a process that should be looked into too. Maybe we should look into doing some type of faculty caucusing, where there's a leader from each faculty caucus and they communicate with the exec committee and some type of model like that. Of course, that's just an idea, something to look into, but yeah, I hope I can answer your question. I was able to answer your question there.
Cool. Next person on the list is Jennifer. And please, everyone, I'd like to hear at least from each person, whether it be a comment or a question. That would be really great. So thank you. Jennifer, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so this is not really a question, it's more of a comment. I just wanted to say, I know right now for counselors, the training or orientation, it's kind of like a presentation type of thing. And if counselors are like, if their DSU is in the middle of an election or something and then they miss it, I'm not sure if there's really a way for them to make it up and like kind of know what's going on. So it can be very confusing. And I just wanted to say, if we do implement this new model, I would like for there to be better orientation, better training. I also want there to be mandatory accessibility training so that counselors can bring this back to their DSUs and help make events and meetings, and even their social media posts a lot more accessible. And something that I hoped to put in the accessibility standard policy, as it's in there as a recommendation. So I just hope that if we do implement this, there will be a lot more training for counselors so that they have a better idea of what to do.
Thanks, Jen. Gabe says orientation will be key to this model, very thorough. Yeah, I agree. And I think, with the additional responsibility, that orientation will have to be very different. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be the same orientations that we get now, but some of the key pieces that we do receive, I think, are going to have to be done by the bigger group now as well. Let me see if there's no direct responses. Who's next on the list? Samad, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, it's a really great idea to empower more students and put accountability and transparency there. I really like the model that Mr. Leos has been proposing here, but I have one bit of a concern that I would like to address is that if Mr. Leosis has taken into consideration any kind of or potential downsides of this model, or he thinks if there are downside of this model or not, like was that kind of aspect was considered and tried to explore?
Gabe, you can go ahead if you'd like to respond.
I'd actually like to defer to Corbett on this one if he wants to speak to it.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question? I was jumping back and forth.
Sama just asked what the potential.
Poom, did you have a direct response to something and I missed it?
I was responding to Jen, but I can wait until this conversation
Sorry.
finishes. Yeah, it's okay.
Corbett, Samad asked what the potential downsides of this model could be, and if we put any thought into that.
Potential downsides can be if the powers and the layers of powers and accountability are not clearly laid out. You can have some bit of power what's the word? Power struggles between the executive committee and council over confusion on who's responsible for what. You can have situations where if the board itself is, if there's not a person or groups of people tasked with kind of organizing the group, making people sure that everyone's more or less communicating between the different, the council reps are going back to their student unions and their constituency groups, and feeding back that information. That if that chain of communication is not functioning, then you end up having you could have a lot of gridlock. To try to counter that, I've been exploring more looking at the kind of the staffing infrastructure for council to have more support, so that there's because currently we have 1 or 2 people that generally support council as is. We'd need more if council becomes the board. We also need to have, as talking to the orientation and training, currently we have dev sessions for this current board. We need to have something similar or maybe expanded for this council exec committee hybrid, simply just because of numbers. And so it will take more effort to get this organized and running, but we have the resources to do so now. Like in the past years in the SFS, when we had sizable losses financially from running our pub and our other services, we don't have that same issue anymore. So we can actually afford to have the proper infrastructure and resources in place to support this. And we can go to other student sites that run this model and see how they do things as well.
Thanks, Corbett. Soma, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gildesley, for answering that question. Really appreciate it. I still would be a bit of more concerned because like this is just putting the skeleton in, as someone said, right? So there will be a lot more downside or a lot more cons coming up, but like I see the mindset here is to tackle those really efficiently. So I would like to see that kind of work in progress.
Thanks, Soma. And Poom, you can respond to Jen's question. Sorry for missing you.
That's okay. I just wanted to emphasize that I think training and orientation will make or break this model. I can testify that I used to be a student at large for UAA, and I remember I had no idea what was going on. Like I wasn't sure on Robert's rules. I didn't know how to add a motion. I felt like I had like little control over anything that was going on, like random things that happened. Like, oh, okay, I guess that just happened. But compared to now, like I feel like I know a lot more. I have a lot more autonomy, even though I had the same powers before. And even as a chair of a committee, I noticed that some student at larges understand more than others, even though they're given the same training. I think training and orientation, it should be mandatory, just so people aren't they're forced to sit through it if they want to contribute. Does that make sense? just based on my experience with not understanding what was going on.
Yeah, no, I think you bring up a good point, and I do agree that it is going to be key to this model, not only making sure ahead of time that students know what they're running for or what the new purpose essentially of our board/council is, but also that once you're in that position that you're able to fulfill your duties appropriately. And I think that's going to be a big consideration moving forward as well. And consulting with other student societies that have something similar in place to see how they're able to coordinate it with the group of this size as well. So I think it's a worthwhile consideration. Let me see what's happening on the list. I think next is Bilqis.
Yeah, so I definitely support this, and I know I've had the chance to, actually be more directly involved on the governance committee, but I like this because council already is on board, like in principle, with this model. It's clear that they want to be engaged, and this would be really good for student involvement, I think. Also, we talked about having this accountability system of checks and balances, so it'd be really good for just democratizing, if that's a word. But right now, the executive committee already does a lot of the heavy organizational work, and faculty reps, right? Like in the new model, faculty reps would have faculty teams basically, and the DSUs, the departmental student unions, would organize their own faculty campaigns. So there would be less burnout if faculty reps are already experiencing like they're feeling kind of strained. You'd have a whole team basically. So the only concern I see, or the main concern I see, is having like the DSU elections. They would have to be standardized and would have actually have an accountable elections process. But I'm sure we can figure that out too. And we'd have like a really good, thorough and strategic orientation, just like we already are planning an orientation. But yeah, I have full confidence that we'll be able to implement this new model. And it'd be really good for democracy's sake.
Thanks, Bilqis. And Anaki, to kind of answer your question regarding why shouldn't we start planning now, not after the AGM? I think that's the purpose of the bylaw working group, and also the conversation that we're having here today and with council as well, is that we want to have everything prepared for the AGM so that we do have answers to all these questions that folks are asking. Next person on the list is Nafoni.
Hi. So first of all, I want to share my support for this model. I know for me personally, it's really hard actually trying to collaborate or even speak to my respective faculty. So it makes it really hard to know what students in my faculty want or need. So I think that the model change would be good because council reps would have more of a voice in the decisions of the board, which would be not only beneficial for SFSS, but to the student body as a whole. But I had a question. The question is, what responsibilities or decisions would be left to the executives and what would be for council? Like, I don't think that was made clear, at least for me in my head. So, yeah.
Gabe, do you want to take this question?
Sure. So, I suppose at a very high level, things that the executive committee would look at are more in relation to, I would say, the day-to-day tasks and management of the society. So that really includes enforcing policy, staff relations, and all of the other work associated with each executive committee member's portfolios. Of course, as I mentioned, things that the executive committee cannot do that they would defer to council will most likely include things like passing budgets, passing policy, passing certain spending motions past a certain threshold. But the executive committee would still have the power, at least in my head, and of course I think this is something to still discuss, but to take stances on things on behalf of council and the membership in the spirit of council to, yeah, I mean, at a very high level, those are kind of the things that I vision. And I was, it's Corbett, you read my mind. I was just about to defer to Corbett because I think he might have a more thorough explanation too of some of the division of powers.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Okay, thanks. In many ways, it's similar to how the board versus the exec act right now, but a little bit more clearly laid out. So other things would be the strategic plan, the 3-year strategic plan, the 1-year board plan, annual plan, tracking that kind of stuff. Any major contracts like our multi-year collective agreements, major financial contracts like concert approvals, or any other, or conventions or any other kind of major thing. Some of the bigger spending stuff like the software systems hackathon that was approved by the previous board. Stuff like that would also go to the council. It's just as Gabe said, more the day-to-day, the execs would be handling things like implementing policy, working with staff to implement policy, working with staff to train and review new hiring staff, new programs, that kind of stuff. But the programs themselves would be approved by the board itself, the council.
Thanks, Corbett. Next person on the list is...
Sorry, also, but I just want to check that answered Nafoni's question, if she's, if that clarifies what she had to ask.
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
Maytab, you can go ahead.
So I just have one main thing is one of the reasons why I feel like this is being brought is because of the accountability to the, that's being mentioned throughout the conversation, and increasing the council role to a point where it is the board, like Osab mentioned, like it's going to be the board. Going back to the structure that Gabe was talking about, so it's, for me, if I'm understanding this, it's just, I see it as kind of like the roles, as the council is now the board. So if we're changing them to be the legal kind of, he went through it and like making the council that, which no longer, I guess, will be not called the council. The main thing for me is now who's holding them accountable, because now they are up there. So for me, it was a switch rather than a side by side. So that's my concern. And then it was a 2-part question. The second part was in the finances haven't been discussed at all. Belkis just mentioned membership. If it is membership, then it's the membership was still accountable, holding us accountable, right, as a board. So what has changed? And then, the second part was finances. So finances that haven't been really discussed, because it's a lot of money that's going towards the faculty at large, or faculty representatives. That's where I'm at.
Cool. Thanks, Mita. Yeah, I think Bilqis kind of hit it spot on in terms of membership. And I think also, like, right now, council functionally doesn't have a lot of say over what we do. I think that kind of came to a head last year. I know when council wanted to propose a resolution, but the board then learned that even if council does and the membership votes on it and it passes, the board is still not bound to that resolution. There's nothing legally making sure that they follow what the membership says in that case if it comes from council. So I think part of it is just giving council back that functionality in that they can actually specifically make those decisions. So I think part of the democratization is making it bigger and making sure that there are more reps and people from constituency groups who are there to be part of the decision-making process. And at the end of the day, there has to be a board because not all 26,000 members of society can be there to make every decision. But it's kind of like when things go badly, then, you got a bigger council that hopefully will be more likely to represent different interests and have like a good democratic process. And also that membership can intervene when needed through a variety of means like general meetings, referenda, etc. So that, I hope that kind of answers the first part of your question. I see Poom has a direct response. You can go ahead. Oh, whoops, never mind. Poom and Matt both said remove. Hopefully Corbett can answer your question about the finances. I see him responding. So Corbett, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm assuming Maytab, when talking about finances, you're talking about stipends for the current faculty and at-large reps. If with this model happens where it's only the executives on the executive committee and then council is just made up of the constituency groups and faculty student unions and department student union representatives, and there's no board, what we consider board, faculty, and at-large reps, then that stipend can be split between the rest of, that collective stipend can be split between the rest of the council members. And it would work out to be, if we were to take the exact same number, it worked out, I think, between $200 to $300 a month per faculty rep. If we averaged around 30 faculty reps, I'd have to do a range for you to see what different numbers would look like. But we could effectively take the same pool that exists now and just split it up. So there's no potential increase or decrease in the total cost of the board, so to speak, or council, so to speak. But yeah, that's the easiest way. It's just to take what the faculty and at-large reps have and just split it up between council members.
Thanks, Corbett. And to kind of add to the first part of your question again as well, sorry, but the faculty student unions and department student unions would be able to hold their own reps accountable as well, as they would oftentimes, they have their own constitutions or bylaws that allow them to remove officers if need be. That may be something that we want to revisit and see how it fits in with our current processes, but essentially they have to also answer to their constituencies. All right. Does that answer your question?
A bit, but we're still, I would like as we move, as this progresses, I'd see some documentation and, you know, more kind of thought and concerns that are being brought up that be addressed. But yeah.
Cool. Emily, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Gabe, for your presentation. I'm in support of this because I believe that it is important that counselors have a voice and that they should have more agency. I have a question and a couple concerns. So my question is the council rep position a mandatory position for student unions and constituencies to fill for each semester?
Gabe, you can go ahead.
Sure. Ideally, yes. We would like to see every position on council filled just to ensure thorough representation on decisions made at the council table. Of course, how that would look like is something that we need to think about. I think there's some discussion around, and I don't, Austin and Corbett, you might be able to talk to this because I think GSS has something that they do in order to make sure that they have representation on council. And I don't remember what it was that they mentioned, but do either of you two remember?
Yeah, I think they tie their funding to having a council person attend. I think it has to do with they have to have meetings as well. They have a very similar system to us for student unions, but I also believe they tie in council attendance as well to funding. So I'll double check that just to make sure I didn't misunderstand that, but I think that's how they more or less, I wouldn't say enforce, but strongly encourage membership and participation.
Yeah, and I think they mentioned that some level of vacancy as well was normal for them and it didn't really hinder their functionality. And I think it's the same way with the board. In some years, there are empty seats simply because no one maybe ran for the position or somebody had to vacate the position for whatever reason. But I think we would still make sure that there are processes in place, that it doesn't just have to be the spring in which an election is held and that we're able to hold by-elections throughout the year. and in-state board members in the case of a vacancy. So, yeah.
Can I also add one thing that I don't think I've mentioned anywhere in my presentation, is that we're actually also looking forward to make a specific executive portfolio dedicated to the internal governance structures of the SFSS. It's actually called the VP Internal, that would look at, would be in charge of all the governance structures of the SFSS. So that includes making sure committees are filled, that counselors are active, that if there is a vacancy, then that person communicates with the student union and makes sure they're aware of what that vacancy entails and how they can fill that vacancy. And also includes other things like planning the AGM and whatnot. But I think that moving toward this model, it's important to have a position like that where there's kind of one person who's focused on council relations at an executive committee level. And it's also a position that's carried, that's employed by other student unions that have this model. So it was a common pattern we saw in our research. So.
Cool. Emily, does that address your question somewhat?
Yeah, and I just had a couple more comments. I know a lot of us mentioned that for faculty reps that have a lot of FSUs and DSUs, this makes a lot of sense for the individual constituencies and student unions to have their own voice and present their direct perspective because it's more accurate. But it is my concern that not every student union will have a rep, and then there will be like no official faculty rep to check in with that student union. So like, how would we mitigate that?
I think it's kind of like a similar concern to when there's a faculty rep position vacant on the board as it is right now, and that there isn't really someone to liaise with. So I think something that we should probably do more research on and chat with not only GSS, but other student societies that have really large boards is how do we ensure that these seats, or how do we make sure the students are motivated to take these seats up? I would hope that since it's coming from a pool of people that are already kind of working within the faculty, for instance, if it's like the Education Student Association, that it would be someone from that group, and if they are active and working on things within their faculty, that they would have somebody to put forward or there would be someone within that group to put forward as the board member or essentially the council member for that student society. But yeah, I know Gabe and Corbett and the other folks on the working group are definitely concerned about that and are looking into how we can mitigate that, because it definitely is a concern. You want to make sure that your student groups are being properly represented, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Can I also directly respond to that too? Just a little quick comment about, of course, as important as it is to mitigate those vacancies, I don't want to understate the importance of that. However, the topic of, it's been mentioned many times here at this meeting that many of the faculty reps feel like they aren't very representative of each of the individual departments. So if we're moving to this model where, each faculty is represented by their individual departments and they all have individual seats, already we're making progress for that faculty to have more representation, despite maybe having 1 or 2 vacancies on council. Now, of course, for these smaller faculties, that is, for example, education, I think you only have 1 seat on council. And actually, one thing that I'll mention, and I don't think many people know this, is that for faculties like education and business, who technically only have 1 student union, education and business actually have 3 seats on council. They can have up to 3 seats on council, not just 1, because of that awareness that they're one of the smaller faculties and that they would only have 1 student union. So you actually have increased representation. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Sorry, I have another comment. But another concern that I was thinking about was when Matthew said that this might encourage more students to run for elections within their student unions. I was thinking there's also the opposite, where students might not want all this responsibility or might not have the capacity. And I know that for a lot of the smaller student unions, like the Education Student Association, it's always a struggle to find a council rep, and usually it's just one person that motivates for it. And I don't know how I feel about student groups like GSS and technically like incentivizing students to motivate. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, I understand that it encourages more students to like elect themselves, but I know that in the past with just my student union, it's difficult to fulfill that spot, and usually it's because it's incentivized that someone takes it upon themselves. But I know that in some years, council isn't as active as it is right now. I was on council 2 years ago and there wasn't a lot of activity. And I'm just thinking there might be some years where it's like really active and a lot of students are motivating themselves to represent their departments. But there are also going to be years that that's not the case. So.
Thanks, Emily. I think that that is a good point, and I think part of the narrative change is going to be recognizing that hopefully the interest and engagement that typically happened within just the board elections previously, in which we had multiple people motivating for seats and running genuinely out of interest. I'm hoping some of that desire to be a direct part of the decision-making process will translate into the new board/council. I think part of the reason that a lot of these student unions had vacant seats is because I think council right now is not very consequential as to what actually happens with the SFSS, and oftentimes there's very little on the agenda, there's very little decision-making power, there's little to no actual impact on the board, unfortunately. I recognize that, and even though now they're kind of building up and having these different committees to really act as an oversight, it's still materialistically they don't have a lot of say, which is quite unfortunate. So I really hope that during the time where, if these changes are to be implemented and when we pass the bylaws, that we can really make sure that it's clear that council is not just council anymore, but this is a much bigger responsibility. There will be, of course, difference in stipends, difference in the amount of attendance that's required of you, but also you're now a board member. You're one of the main decision makers of what happens with the society in all aspects. Okay, cool. So next person on the list is Sude.
Yeah, I had a question. So all councillors will be joining the executive meetings, right? And will they have voting rights, voting power?
So, I mean, as of right now, and of course, this is something that we'll have to revisit as well during the drafting of these bylaws, all board members are technically members of the executive committee, but are non-voting members unless you are an exec. With the new model, if we're proposing it, there wouldn't really be a need for councillors to vote on exec committee because council would be able to override exec committee at board meetings anyway, if that makes sense.
But if
Wait,
they
does Sude mean voting on student union executives? Is that what you meant?
You mean executive committee, like the one?
Yeah, like board meetings, like what we have now, executive meetings that councillors would join. If they're not going to be having that voting power, then decentralizing power, that, the purpose of this model, enhancing democratic voice of students, then that doesn't really make sense because they wouldn't have voting power.
So I just want to make sure that I get what you're asking. Is it that you want to know if councillors, in the new model, if they would have voting power on exec committee?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, Gabe or Corbett, you can add on to it, but it's kind of the same way that exec committee and board work right now, in that we kind of are able to pass motions in between board meetings. But at the end of the day, when we come to the full board, the board has the right to overturn any decision that we made. Same way
Mhm, yeah.
that, you know, you've got the exec committee who may be meeting on a weekly basis to go over a bunch of different things that are not necessarily relevant for the whole board to be addressing every single meeting. But at the end of the day, like, the board is the one that has the power to overturn those decisions. So you're above in the chart, you're above the exec.
Mhm.
The board are the ones who are essentially telling exec committee what they can and cannot do, are setting limitations for them in the bylaws, and are also, well, the membership would be doing that, but are the ones who are able to overturn and go over those decisions. If it makes sense, it wouldn't be necessary to have a vote on exec committee, because then that would just be a board meeting, because everybody would be voting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. I think we've heard from everyone, and I know that we are getting very close to 5:30. Does anybody else want to speak to this motion before we put it to a vote? I will do a roll call vote just to make sure that everyone is able to accurately express themselves. But while we're still here, please, if you have any last comments or questions, now is the time. I believe today was the last on the list. All right, so let's put it to, did anyone not have a chance to speak? All right, so in that case, we'll put it to a vote. I will just read the be it resolved clause again. So, be it resolved that the Board of Directors, as part of the bylaw review process, support in principle the increasing of council's oversight and accountability abilities within the bylaws. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors work alongside council throughout this process and commit the required amount of time and resources to draft the necessary bylaw reforms to present to the SFSS membership at the fall 2020 annual general meeting. Be it further resolved that if these reforms are not completed in time for the fall 2020 annual general meeting, the board defer these proposals to the spring 2021 semester. So I will go down the list, and as I call your name, please let me know how you vote, whether it is in favor, against, or if you would like to abstain. So 1 second. Anaki?
In favor.
Bilqis?
In favor.
Corbett?
In favor.
Emerly?
In favor.
Gabe?
In favor.
Heather?
In favor.
Harry?
In favor.
Jennifer?
In favor.
Matt?
In favor.
Maytab?
In favor.
Nafoni?
In favor.
Poom?
In favor.
Samad?
In favor.
And Sude?
In favor.
And Wei-Chen?
In favor.
Okay, cool. I am in favor as well, so this motion passes unanimously. So before we move on, I would like to move to extend this meeting to 6:30. If folks are not able to stay, you're welcome to go at 5:30, but if you are able to stay, please help us keep quorum, as there are some important things left on the agenda to discuss. I apologize for everyone else who's joining us. I didn't expect that to be so long, but I'm glad that we were able to have a fruitful conversation on the topic. So I would like to move to extend the meeting to 6:30. Would someone like the second?
Matt.
Perfect. And any discussion? No. We'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of extending the meeting to 6:30, seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. All right, and the motion is carried unanimously. So we can move on now to, I believe, the notice of motion. So 7.1, privacy policies. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors adopt SFSS privacy policies as attached. Be it further resolved, as per R2.6 of the SFSS Board policies, to amend R2.5 to include SFSS privacy policies as part of administrative policies. And that document has been attached, and we'll be revisiting this at the next board meeting. So this is just a notice of the motion that is to come. So I think we can move on to discussion items now. The first of which is 8.1 FIC SFSS membership. So I can kind of give a preface. I know, Heather, you put this on the agenda, but just for some timeline pieces, we had a 2-year, I believe, agreement with Fraser International College. And as of January 2021, that will be expired. And I believe that it is in the best interest of the society to look into extending that agreement for a number of reasons. I think Heather kind of wants to speak on it as well, and then we can get into some of the specifics. So, and thank you, Mehtab. We'll see you soon. Heather, if you want to speak, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Asad. So before getting into the discussion item, I'd like to start with what is FIC. For those of you who don't know, FIC basically, Fraser International College is a separate private college located on Burnaby campus that kind of provides you a transition program or a pathway program for international students who are interested in attending SFU, who are unable to get into SFU because of their grades or some other academic requirement. Now, FIC students study the same courses from the same professors and avail the same services as SFU students. They can basically use the recreation services or resident services or the library services, basically every services that are available to SFU students, but they are not members of the SFSS, and therefore they do not have services such as UPass or dental health coverage or other services provided by the society that are available to them. So the current agreement that OSEP did mention, it was started in January 2019. I don't know if it was 1-year agreement or a 2-year agreement. 2-year agreement, yeah. So I did attach a peak article that was about this agreement as well. What basically it is a service agreement. So what is the service agreement? Does the service agreement allow FIC students to be members of SFSS? Well, the answer to this question is no. Now, this service agreement, FIC students pay roughly around $119 per semester, which ensures that they're partial members of the SFSS. And the article which I did send all of you, it said that Martin Wind, who was the Chief Executive Officer of the SFSS at that time, he said that this agreement gives recognition to the FIC students for their participation towards the SFSS. Now, I don't exactly know what he means by recognition, but charging $119 for students for recognition doesn't make sense, because FIC students were being recognized by SFSS even before this agreement, and FIC students still after this agreement cannot join departmental student unions or clubs, except for very few clubs that have FIC rep positions, and they still don't have access towards services provided by the society. Therefore, this agreement did nothing special towards FIC students and making them members of the SFSS. So in short, the students are paying $119 per semester for basically nothing. So therefore, we need to do a bylaw change which will allow FIC students to become full members of the society and avail all the essential services provided by the society. I researched about this issue and searched up past policies of the board as well, and did not find any policy that stops us from doing so. Now, it is really important for us to make FIC students full member of the SFSS so they can firstly avail all the essential services such as UPass and dental health and coverage and all the services provided by the society. But most importantly, being an SFSS member will give them a voice which they really need. As an FIC alumni myself, I know how challenging it is being in FIC. FIC students are being heavily exploited by the organization itself. I have experienced this myself, and not only myself, majority of FIC students have experienced this themselves as well. Being international students traveling from a different country, these international students face challenges of adaptability and homesickness, but these challenges are made worse by exploitation and mistreatment towards the students by the organization. And now this seriously affects mental health of international students. And I know several students in FIC who are facing challenges that affect their mental health just because how the organization is treating them. Therefore, SFSS membership is really important for the FIC students, not only to make sure that they avail all the essential services, but to make sure that they have a voice so they can overcome the challenge of exploitation and mistreatment shown towards them. So with that being said, I would like to know if anybody has any question or any feedback or any thoughts that you guys have.
Thank you, Heather. And I think that this is a conversation that I may have come up at the board, if not maybe governance committee, about somehow incorporating FIC students into SFSS membership. As of right now, our bylaws do say that it has to be a member of the society, that a member of society has to be someone taking a class at SFU specifically. But I do recall some conversations about honorary membership or another class of membership, which the Societies Act does allow for. You just have to make sure that you list out specifically what the different what is different between those classes of membership. But associate membership, yeah, sorry, my apologies. But I think that this is something worth revisiting as well within our bylaw review, in that we would have to essentially amend the definition of membership. Of course, if the board and obviously the membership is agreeable to doing something like that, but I completely agree with you. I think it's a no-brainer. I think that it doesn't make sense that these students are paying money to us and not benefiting from it. And I think that we would benefit obviously from FIC students remaining our members, and they would also benefit in a number of ways as having access to our services directly rather than not getting recognition. I know that there are people here who know more about the idea of having associate membership than I do. So if anybody would like to talk to this, please put your name down on the list. No. Wei-Chun?
Yeah, like first of all, I would thank Heather for like really putting effort into like researching this, looking this up, and pushing this initiative forward. And it's important for all the reasons Heather said just now. I myself was an FIC student once as well, and definitely like felt like kind of like exploitative for student society to be like taking money and like not enabling us like run for executive in clubs and like certain like it was just like getting money from us and not having the same service as students is just kind of weird. But yeah, I'm fully in support of like pursuing this initiative, making like SFSC students like associate members.
Thanks, Wei-Chun. Boris?
I support this as well, just because like FIC students are literally amongst us, and you can't always tell who's who, but they use the same spaces that we do. They live in residence, and it just makes sense if they're they're already paying money, so they might as well benefit from our membership, as well as I'm sure they'll have like they'll contribute to the society, like the health of the society as well. So I'm fully in favor, as long as we have maybe something along the lines of like there can never be more FIC members than SFU members or something like that. But yeah, otherwise I'm fully in support.
Thanks, Boris. Gabe, you can go ahead.
First of all, can you all hear me? I was just changing my microphone. Okay, cool. I am in support of this as well. I have talked with Heather and a number of others about FIC associate membership in the SFSS. And I just want to say that I know that FIC students they want to become involved with the SFSS and be more included in all that we have to offer in terms of elections, meetings, services. And when they learn that they can't actually do any of that, it's really heartbreaking. So I absolutely think this is something we should be pursuing, and is something that we can integrate into our bylaws during this bylaw review. It's something that's definitely been on my radar too. Simply inserting a clause somewhere around about associate membership and what that means in terms of having an agreement between the SFSS and affiliated colleges or institutions, which FIC is. So I'm in favor.
Thank you, Gabe. Harry?
Yeah, so I thank Heather for like bringing this up. Myself being a FIC student, I am really in support of this.
I feel like the SFSS, if they can change this part of the bylaw, I think we can do a lot of advocacy in FIC. I remember when I was at FIC, there were certain kind of things which we could have advocated upon. For example, as Jennifer mentioned, that like people didn't know that FIC students don't get the U pass, and there was a couple other things. For example, FIC charges mandatory international medical insurance for the entire year. In SFE, it's only I think permanent for one semester, but like for FIC, you have to pay the medical insurance for the entire year, and you can't switch to MSP. And further, you are not allowed to take certain courses in FIC, and I think students are really getting tired of that. And if we can advocate for that, I think SFSS can be really benefited, and FI students can get really involved in SFSS.
Thank you, Harry. Poom?
As a club exec, I've definitely experienced moments where an FIC student would come and be really involved in the club, and we'd be like, "Oh, you should run for exec." And it's like, "No, I can't because I'm in FIC," and they would study to get into SFU just so they could become an exec. Like, so I'm wondering, in terms of clubs and student unions, can we change that at the board? Is there a clause that says, like in the bylaws explicitly, that says FIC can't become members of clubs and student unions? Question directing to either Corbett or Lawrence or anyone who might know.
I'm not sure in which document it outlines that. I mean, it's something that I've heard as well, that FIC students are not allowed to hold exec positions on certain. Lawrence says it may have been a club policy. Yeah, but I do understand the concern around the restriction. Sindhu?
Yeah, so I was involved in conversations with the college director and principal of FIC at the time as well. And it was actually one of their preferences to not have them as exec members at the time without like a draft or a transcript saying that they were going to get into SFU. And I think the reason behind that was because of, at that time, I guess, the rate of students after a certain year of actually getting into SFU was not where they thought it would be. So that's definitely something to maybe revisit with the team over there.
Thanks, Sindhu. That is surprising. And I think something worth looking into as well. Corbett?
This is kind of tangentially related. So if I'm going off topic, please shut me down. We have, so especially with club membership and stuff, FIC students, now that they pay to get recognized and be able to be part of clubs to a certain extent. But a lot of our clubs or summer clubs aren't restricted to just to SFU members. We have alumni, we have SFU employees or whatever, like anyone can potentially join. They necessarily can't be an exec. But I don't, like, it's not like we've gone to SFU saying, hey, some of your staff or something are private clubs, you should be paying into us, kind of thing. Like, I kind of was always generally against the idea that they went to FIC and required them to pay for them to basically be recognized as a part of the community they've always been a part of. But because this thing exists now, we should go fully and have full like membership. I think I strongly support bringing them in for full membership.
Thanks, Corbett. Sindhu?
Well, sorry, just to clarify on my previous comments. So yes, based on the conversations that we had with our team, that was a decision that we made for our terms and reference. So that is something that we can take up with the club coordinators as well and see what they feel about it, because I think there were some issues in terms of like elections, not that there's many elections happening with the clubs, but there was some issues or incidents that led them to this decision as well. So I think this can be a bit larger discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Sindhu. Heather?
like what Sindhu said about like the meeting she had with FIC principal Sharla, and it was her decision for not like wanting them to get involved with clubs, which is quite a surprise to me. I don't know what made her to. Was it right, Sindhu? Like it was like Sharla's decision to not like make.
They listed some suggestions of how, to be honest, I don't think the agreement was very thorough, the initial agreement. So in our conversations, they were just kind of explaining how they saw that transition and they wanted to make sure that we had the support to make sure that, you know, whoever was coming in, that we couldn't particularly differentiate between regular club members, but for execs, they just wanted to make sure that we were able to, sorry, just trying to remember my conversations from years back as well. I don't want to put any words in Charlotte's mouth right now either, but yeah, so their thought was just that they weren't sure how many of those students were going to stick around to come to SFU. So that was something that they mentioned to us and something that we thought about. So we took that into consideration when we made that decision to make sure that if they had the proper proof that they were coming into SFU, then that would make them a member, and that way they can have more participation as a club exec. So once again, it's kind of around this wording around the member that really solidified that for us.
Thanks, Sindhu. And I think like some of our next steps, not only maybe reopening this conversation with FIC, but is to kind of take a closer look at the actual agreement that we have right now, have a chat with any staff who are able to give us some context into what went into the making of this agreement as well. So yeah, thank you, Sindhu, for some of the background info, and hopefully we'll come to you with more questions in the near future as well. But I'm comfortable working with Heather to kind of when the time comes to reach out to FIC and to reach out to Charla and to see what their appetite is for looking over this agreement. And then also I think as part of my suggestion is to kind of task the bylaw working group as well with looking into this, because I do also support like a full regular membership for fee-paying students, FIC students. I don't know if there are any barriers or major barriers right now to that, but that's something that I think is worth exploring as well. And then in the meanwhile, Heather, I'm kind of like making you do this with me, but can essentially reach out to the folks at FIC and work with them. Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? All right. Well, this will be an ongoing conversation, but I think we can move on. But I'd like to know if people are okay with taking a 5-minute break, because I really need one. Yeah? Okay, cool. It is 5:48, so everybody please be back at 5:53. Yeah, so see you all in a few minutes. Hi, everyone. I think we can get started on the next piece if most people are back. Okay, so the next item under discussion is 8.2 Zoom meeting transcription. So I think this has been part of an ongoing conversation around TechSoup, and I think, Lawrence, you probably know the most about it. So did you want to touch on this one briefly?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And it can be even briefer because I wish Samaya was still here because just this morning we discovered, she discovered actually, that the meeting we're actually having right now with a Chrome extension can live caption what's going on. Those captions can become a transcript. We did a test this morning and she sent me a document that seems to be a perfect transcription, and I don't think any different from what Zoom would provide. So the rationale in the briefing note was it was two parts. It was for board to discuss and agree if it made sense that meetings, that written transcriptions are useful and could become an ongoing part of how committee meetings are documented and packaged. And then the other half of that was to agree to an expenditure of around $1,800. But like I say, as of this morning, late breaking news, I'm literally watching myself being transcribed here, and they break down who's speaking. It would seem that we have a really effective means of doing this with a system that we're all really comfortable with, including document sharing to drives, centralized storage, et cetera, et cetera. So what I think would make sense is if we felt we needed a motion to endorse that we take this to the next step, that meetings are documented in a written transcript. Would really be all we need.
So is it a free extension? Oh,
it's a free extension called it's a Chrome extension called Tactic, and I'll send this in an email. And once you've loaded it, Samaya has already written up how to handle everything. So it's the extension, a couple of steps, and then after the meeting, you get there's a couple of linkages, and then everyone's got written transcriptions.
Cool.
Yeah, she's been here 7 hours and already had a significant impact. So it's quite magical.
That's awesome. I mean, honestly, and I guess the other board members feel free to jump in if you disagree, but we wouldn't really need a motion to, start utilizing a free extension unless I'm missing something.
I can jump in. Maybe the idea is more that it's more about record keeping, because I think our policy, this transcript thing. So we probably would have to do a motion to start that process to get a proper policy in place, and because it's related to our corporate records policies and things like that.
Okay.
And yeah, as Corbett is sort of capturing there is a difference between having a meeting recording where all of our voices and your voices are recorded, but you have to work harder to find them than the existence of a document that is still held safely behind passwords and things, and it still is our property, centrally stored. But there's a little bit of a difference of degree once it becomes fully printed out. I think that's captured, like I said, by what corporate records and things would cover.
Okay. Well, I guess Corbett, what do you think we would need to have in a motion for, as you mentioned, record keeping purposes and making sure that we're able to embed this in our records policies when the time comes? I think that this is really cool, and I'm happy to even pass a motion now, but my question is more so, is it just like be it resolved to, approve the trial of X extension for the for the purpose of meeting transcription purposes? Do you folks think that would be sufficient?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's just, no, it's a similar idea to our motion for tracking voting. It's just, it's a process that we want to start doing. So exactly how you said it. Be resolved to do a trial run of the app for our board and committee meetings, and within, yeah, and that's it. That's it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Samad. We'll see you soon. We still have, did Matt and Samad leave? Oh, Matt's still here.
I'm still here. I'm just trying to see how long I can stay.
If you and Samad have to leave, that's fine, but that means the rest of execs must stay. Well, I will not let you go.
So, Madam President is closing the door after we leave. No one
I
can
can stay. I can stay.
Oh,
You shall not pass.
I mean, Matt, you really need to find, because I think we'd still have quorum. Yeah, that would be 10 people left, so I think we'll be okay.
Well, I wanted to kind of stay for the last discussion item, so I'll try to stick around. If I have to leave, I'll send a message and just say, yo, I gotta go.
So Sarah, I think there could be more info on how to handle guests. The legal opinion I received in the past recommended not recording this because guests may not want it recorded. Members could sign a document approving beforehand. Sarah, is that like a concern that would extend to our board meetings as well? Or because I know that we do, students, obviously no one can tell that our board meetings are recorded. Would it be sufficient to just give a disclaimer that we're also transcribing, rather than having to sign something?
Yeah, I think you can, there's kind of two kinds of consent, and this is all about privacy again. So there's implied consent and then written or verbal consent, like direct consent. So they can either, what we were doing last year when we were having in person was have people signing in on a sheet. If any of you were there last year, you would remember you had to sign in, and that was basically saying it was okay if you're recorded or anything similar to that. There can also be a notice, whether it's sent out an email to all students or in some way advertised so students know. It could even be with this, because we don't really have a physical space, reading something out at the beginning of every meeting and just saying that by attending, you're agreeing to have your name and your voice recorded.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. I think that's something in that case that we can work around fairly easily. Yeah, like as part of kind of like the beginning pieces of the meeting before a call to order, just let people know. So I'm just trying to type up a motion. Lawrence, what did you say the extension was called again?
It's called Tactic, TACTIC. Q, sorry, TACTIQ, Tactic.
Okay, so I drafted a quick motion in case to take a look. Does that look all right to everyone? And Matt is asking, so if new people come in, would you have to remind them? That's a good point. I actually don't know. Sarah, do you have any idea how we would work around something like that?
Sorry, were you responding to me?
I was wondering if people come in during the meeting and kind of miss that first disclaimer part, would that pose any issues?
If you've said it at the beginning and they're not there at the beginning, I don't think so, because it has been stated. They technically would have known if they had been there at the beginning. So I don't see an issue with that specifically, but I've never really come across anything like that before in my privacy research, so I'd have to double check.
Okay, cool. Okay, that would be really great, and hopefully we can follow up between now and if and when we do try tactic out for an actual meeting. I'm going to move to amend the agenda to include a motion that reads, be it resolved to approve the trial of the tactic Chrome extension for the purposes of meeting transcription and minute taking. Would someone like to second this amendment to the agenda?
Gabe will second.
Thank you, Gabe. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. So all those in favor of amending the agenda to include this motion, seeking unanimous consent. So please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. And the motion is carried unanimously. So I will read it off one more time. So now we can put the actual motion to a vote. So be it resolved to approve the trial of the tactic Chrome extension for the purposes of meeting transcription and minute taking. Would someone like to move?
Corbin moves.
Would someone like the second?
Matt. I could second.
Matt seconds. Thank you. So any discussion? I guess this is good to just put as a trial as well. And then we can, in the future, pass another motion if need be, if this is something that we want to take up for the long term. But so far it sounds really great. And I will make sure to extend our thanks to Samaya for finding that so quickly. Oh man, that's really great. Cool. So all those in favor, seeking unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you would like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, that motion is carried unanimously. So we should be good to go in that case to give it a run. And I'm happy to work on drafting some wording. And then Sarah, if I could just run it by you for like kind of a disclaimer pre-board meeting, that would be good.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. All right, so I think in that case, unless there's further discussion, we can move on to the next item. Okay, so that one is 8.3, sub-safety / return to work plan. I think, Corbett, you put this one on the agenda, so if you'd like to speak first, you can go ahead. Was it you, or was it Gabe?
I don't think it was me.
You two are the ones who send me the most stuff, so I looked to you first. But I'm happy to kind of give it a brief rundown.
Yeah, I can also give a brief rundown too, if you're okay with that too.
Sure, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Just that this was brought up back. It was actually, I think, Gabe was brought it in because he had to talk with Aaron about this, and it got brought to, I believe, exec and or HR committee. But generally, that we, with the fall term starting soon, and with more students on campus and residents, and with the odd class being, in person, and with the sub potentially open up, that we need to update our return to work or our safety plan for the sub, but also for just our staff in general. So that has gone to, I think, Lawrence, and I think we're involving John into it because he's going to be the building manager for the sub. So mostly it's just an update to the board that we are looking at this. The exec and HR committee are looking at this. And it's going to be hard to know exactly what provincial changes are going to happen because, if you ever all been following the news last week or two, our COVID numbers have we're on a second wave now. It's been higher than it was in the first wave. So we're going to be paying attention to that. We also have to have a full-on additional conversation with the student groups and the independent student societies that we are housing in the sub, to also have them have some kind of complementary plan with ours, so that everyone that's going to be in the building in the fall is being there, working safely. So that's really all I have to say.
Thanks, Corbett. I think you covered the gist of it. There was a doc written up, I think, closer to the beginning of the pandemic that we're kind of running off of. That's something that I hope I can take some time to look at over the weekend and the beginning of next week. And Gabe, I don't think you're not on HR and personnel committee, so I may not have updated you, but I'm sure that you would have a lot of valuable info to weigh in on. So I will add you to the doc, and then we can kind of move forward and see how that's going. Because right now, the HR committee and Lawrence and John, building manager John, have access to the doc as well, so we can kind of work off of that for the time being. So. Anything missed? Anything anyone would like to add? I think Corbett kind of covered it pretty well. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's literally a playground right outside my room, so I apologize if you hear screaming of upset children. So I think we can move on to the next item if that works. Yeah, okay, cool. So the next one is student union and constituency group donations. Corbett, I'll let you speak and I'll just mute myself for a bit.
Thank you, Asab. I was wondering if someone was dying in the background there. Okay, hi everyone. So as everyone here in the board knows, for about 6 weeks we suspended our student union and constituency groups policy around not being able to donate off campuses to charities or causes. That's policy was unsuspended at the beginning of August, and I contacted Anna, our member services coordinator for clubs and student groups, to ask about an update on how much money was donated, what groups donated, all that nice bit of data. And she sent me that, and I've compiled it into a spreadsheet and broken it down a bit, and I emailed that out to the board at the start of the meeting. And my apologies, I just got I was focused on the board office move and the audit the last 2 weeks, so that it slipped my mind. But summary I can give is that just over $5,500 was donated from student groups, from student unions and constituency groups. And this was broken down into, there was 29 specific donations from 14 student unions and constituency groups, and they went to 16 different organizations or causes. And I've broken it all down into the spreadsheet. The biggest ones were Hogan's Alley Society received 6 different donations for just over $1,200. And then Vancouver Black Therapy and Advocacy Fund received 4 specific donations for just under $1,000 in total. But yeah, you can look at the breakdown and just see which groups gave to who. And I would like to, my recommendation is to work with communications to kind of, what's the word? Celebrate this, and for most part, I just wanted to give an update to the board with how this went. And I did talk with staff, also was there, and Lawrence and Anna, about how it was from the staffing side. And there was some logistical challenges, but for the most part, it was a pretty positive experience. And it's something we could look at doing again in the future, either through these periods of donations or maybe even changing policy where we put student unions can say donate up to a certain percentage of their core funds every term and for causes and stuff. So we have a couple different options we can go with. We'll have that as a future conversation. But right now, this is the biggest update for just how much money that was donated. So congratulations.
Thanks, Corbett. And I know Anna did have some suggestions of ways that we may be able to make it easier on the staff as well. So I think that's maybe some tweaks that we may be able to look into, but I'll open up the floor for any questions or comments. If not, I think we can move on. Or Belkis, you can go ahead.
So this actually came up in the last BIPOC meeting that we had. Some people were just wondering if their DSUs could donate at the end of the year, like any funds that they didn't use, if they could donate that. And I was planning to bring it forward, but this is very relevant and efficient that it was brought up. But I love the idea of celebrating, and I told them I'd get back to them after a conversation with the board and see if that's logistically possible. But I like the idea of having like a certain percentage, like that folks can donate to certain causes up to like within a certain threshold. Sounds like a good idea. If we like, obviously you can afford it.
Sounds good. Corbett says, yes, it's possible and we can afford it. So that sounds like good news. I think it was a successful initiative overall, and I think it gave the faculty and department student unions some ownership over their funds, and gave them the ability to help folks who really do need it right now. So I'm happy to see this continue. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? All right. If not, we can move on to... Thanks, Sarah. We'll see you soon. We can move on to what I believe is our last discussion item. So board expectations, and that one is around hours worked and attendance at meetings. So I just wanted to bring this up partially as a reflection as to how our summer semester went, and partially as kind of a realigning of expectations of each other as we go into the fall semester. So I know time flies. We're already 1/3 of the way through our board term, and it in some ways feels like it just started yesterday. So I think that this is kind of a good time for us to have a brief conversation around what is expected of us as board members. And I know it's something that we brought up a couple of times, but in terms of what's expected of you, of course, what is within your portfolio, those are tasks that have been delegated to you by the membership, and those are things that are expected of all of us to follow up on. And when it comes to hours worked, I know there's been some conversation generally around execs being expected to put in 30 hours a week just for society-related stuff, and then for faculty and at large, 15 hours a week. So per depending essentially on what's expected of you, and that has been something that we've been taking a little bit of a closer look at, thanks to Corbett for kind of expanding our work reports and making sure that there are ways that we can be accountable to those kinds of things. And I think it's still an adjustment. I know for myself, at least, I'm still, not that great at counting how many hours I've spent looking at my emails or doing other tasks, but generally, I think everybody has kind of a good understanding on their own if they are fulfilling their expectations. So I'd say a lot of good work has come out of this semester. I'm not going to discount that. And I am really grateful to each and every one of you for being part of such what I'm very happy to call a team and happy to be a part of. However, I have some major concerns around hours worked and attendance and the balancing of other priorities. And this in particular has to do with issues such as employment, co-op, other responsibilities that have been taken on outside of schoolwork and society work. And I'd just like to remind folks that this is a position that you were elected in and that you motivated, ran for, and won on the expectation that you would put an adequate amount of time and resources, obviously not infinite, as there are expectations and limits to what's expected of you. No one is expecting folks to work 24/7 on SFSS related things. However, if you are elected and things such as another job or your co-op are hindering your ability to attend board meetings, attend committee meetings, and to do your work, then you need to really sit down and reconsider whether this position is appropriate for you, and if you are doing your due diligence as a representative of the society. I can say personally, I straight up quit my part-time job last year because I couldn't balance it with the board. That may not be the reality that is possible for everyone, and I'm not suggesting that that's what everyone does, but there needs to be some serious thought put into if this makes sense for you time-wise. And I'd like to, anybody who is concerned about their ability to balance work, please feel free to reach out to me. Please feel free to reach out to your fellow board members to get support in trying to make that balance work. And please ensure that you are fulfilling your duties as a board member, because it was an elected position that you did ask the membership to entrust you with. Did anybody want to speak or make any comment? Corbett?
Yeah, most of the part I just want to say that it's a commitment. Like, this position is, regardless of the role, the title, or their portfolio, it's a commitment to basically improving the experiences of students. And that kind of commitment will look different for everybody. You know, and it's going to be up and down. From some weeks will be nice and quiet, some will be crazy busy, just like taking extra classes. You know, sometimes things line up and sometimes they don't. But do something just for your own mental health, your own for your own well-being, and also for you to be able to do an effective job here. To try to cut out any extra stuff that is also time-consuming. It's going to be different for everybody. When I was a faculty rep, 2015, it was incredibly hard for me to balance a lot of different things, and I didn't do it very well, and it had consequences for my own mental health. But to be effective in the role and be able to do a meaningful impact, it takes time. Whether that's doing a lot of stuff with your faculty, or doing a lot of stuff in board projects as an exec, or even as a large rep or a faculty rep, it's, like I said, I just keep come down to the same word, is commitment. So it's important for everyone to reevaluate. There's been times, especially in my first time around, that I probably should have resigned, simply because for my own mental health and the balance issue, but I was in a situation where I couldn't. And so that impacted me in other ways that was really negative. So if there's anything I can do to help, advice or suggestions or things, please let me know. You know, I've gone through a lot of it, same as everyone else here. And so I'm happy to be a sounding board or to give advice, because I want everybody here to be successful, and I want this board to be successful. And I want students to be able to see the impact of and you be able to implement your ideas and your promises and your own passion. Thanks.
Thank you, Corbett. Did anyone else want to speak to the issue? Matt, you can go ahead.
Is everyone able to hear me? Cool, thank you. Yeah, no, I think this is an important thing that we should kind of bring up, and not even just to just as a reminder, you know, fall is going to be coming up. We're in different, you know, situations, obviously, that we're used to, and we came on to the board at a time that, you know, everything just kind of changed so fast. And I feel like that's going to be a little bit different, especially while we're in school. And I noticed that even for myself in this position, sometimes it feels a little bit like overwhelming with things, more so because with Zoom, you know, and all your classes are going to be online, just, you know, take that time to remind yourself that, like, if you need extra support, like, this is why we're all working together, and, you know, really lean on, you know, some of us if we can kind of extend. But I also don't want to say that, like, you know, if you have the capacity to do so, you know, and continuously reach out to each other. I know it kind of makes it a little bit difficult because we're all online. I just wanted to say that it's important to recognize that in the fall semester, all our classes are going to be online. I feel like we're going to be spending an extensive amount of time looking at our computers, as we already are. And I think being on Zoom makes it also easier for people to book meetings with us, so not overextending yourself. And I think that's something that would be different if we were doing this work in person. Obviously, we would still be busy, but because we're online, you know, it's easy to book a meeting at 10 to 11 and then 12 to 1 and then have 15 minutes here and, like, you know, back to back. And I just want to, you know, just remind everyone that, like, especially if you're in classes and you're sitting in lecture, like, just be mindful of your capacity and be mindful if you're feeling overwhelmed, and especially for those if you're working a second job. When I look at what I'm doing right now, like I'm doing this and then I was taking classes and now I'm helping my mom with childcare like full time because she has to go to work. So I just have to be mindful of, my limits and what I'm able to do. And if I need support with that, then, I reach out to, even with an extension on my work report with, and Corbett's not fighting me about that. So, just things like that. You don't have to be, scared that you're letting people down, or that, obviously we're doing this position because we're elected and people like know who we are and they think the best of us, but just don't be too hard on yourselves if you feel like you're not meeting those expectations. And I just feel like that's just a really good reminder, especially going into the fall term. It will probably be a little bit more busy and there's a lot of things that are happening, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to open up with that and just to get everyone thinking that, like, don't extend yourselves if you don't have the capacity, and also like don't feel bad about if you don't meet a deadline or like something like that, right? So just consistently be thinking about what you need to do, and if you need to take a step back, then just understand that it has nothing to do with you. It's also the situations and stuff that are going on with everyone.
Thank you, Matt. No, I think you hit it right on the nail. You hit the head on the nail. I don't know how that saying goes, but I wanted to kind of like agree to what you and Corbett are saying, that for sure, like we're still students. We're still often have other jobs and other responsibilities and other things to do. And it's 100% not your fault if you have need to take some time off. There's also, you do have the ability to take some time off if need be as well. Corbett, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was I don't want to say months, but is it months? Is it? 2 weeks. Okay, good. That sounded a lot more reasonable. But you do have the capability to take some time off for yourself if you need to. And the last thing I'd want to see is someone resigning or being asked to resign. So if you do need support, please reach out. If you need, somebody to help you out on a project or take on some responsibility for you in your stead, in the case that you do need to take some time off, please do. Boris?
Yeah, I was just gonna like zone in on one particular thing Matt said, which was if you need support, like let folks know, communicate that. That's the most important thing for just a working dynamic of a team. Like if you can't keep up with commitments, like, yeah, I just want to encourage everyone to communicate that with people, like especially our sub, or any of the execs. And if you genuinely can't keep up with stuff, then like your livelihood comes first, whether it's your work or health, and you owe it to yourself and members to put yourself first that way.
Thanks, Boris. Yeah, I mean, if anybody else has comment, I know that we're probably eager to go and we've got about 3 minutes until 6:30, but what I'll say as a parting note is please, if you're able to rearrange your schedules to accommodate our attendance for board meetings, even if it's just partial, please do. That's like probably the most important thing. And of course, if it is academic, health related, or society related work is the reason that you're unable to attend, that's fine. Otherwise, it is kind of a gray area. So please try your best to work around that. And because we need your input and we value your input. And that's the reason that you're on the board, is to come and help us make those decisions. So other than that, I think that was everything for me. Our board meetings are going to be happening on Fridays at 1 to 4. I'm really looking forward to it. I did pick that time in particular because it was the only time in the afternoon that really worked decently well for everyone. And students who would want to join and weigh in on our board meetings oftentimes can't make it in mornings or don't want to make it in mornings. And I didn't want to make the meetings any more inaccessible to our membership than they already are. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to working with you all for the semester. And please reach out to me if there's anything that you even think might be an issue in the coming weeks. We can see what we can do and try to work things out. So cool. Everybody good to move on? Heather, did you want to say something? Oh, peace out. Okay. Okay, cool. So in that case, we can move on to updates. Thanks, Matt. So events committee update from Jennifer.
Yeah, I'll just make this quick. I linked the document that I put all of our meeting debriefs on, so you can just read that for summary of our meetings. We had our Pad Thai workshop yesterday. I think it went pretty well. It was really fun. It was like a cooking show and like a comedy, so that was fun. We have a lot of events coming up in September, and you can find the whole list in that document that I sent. And that's it for me.
Cool, thank you, Jen. All right, perfect. So we can make it fast. Someone please don't leave. We still need quorum to adjourn. So announcements, next board meeting is going to be happening on September 4th at 1 p.m. Guest 30-minute Q&A. We have one guest. Yulia, do you have any questions? No comments. Okay, cool. All right, perfect. So in that case, we can move on to adjournment. So 13.1, be it resolved to adjourn the meeting at 6:29 p.m. Would someone like to move?
I'll move.
Gabe moves. Would someone like to second?
Orbit.
Orbit seconds. Thank you. All right, all those in favor, unanimous consent, please unmute your mic if you'd like to dissent or abstain. All right, seeing none, the motion is carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Everyone have a good weekend and take care of yourselves. And we'll try to avoid the 4-hour meetings as best we can from now on. So, bye.
Bye.